that there is a growing awareness that your data matters and that we're all generating data. And if you have that responsibility in an organization or institution, it is important that you are aware of the laws and regulations, and this conference should add to your knowledge. So once again, thanks to everyone, all my colleagues and team members in ensuring that today's conference will be successful, and I appreciate all of you. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown, for those insightful and encouraging remarks, and of course for reaffirming UTEC's commitment to leadership in technology, information, and of course, responsible data practices. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a key driver of Jamaica's data protection and transparency framework. She is the Information Commissioner and the head of the Office of the Information Commissioner. She plays a central role in overseeing compliance with data protection laws, promoting accountability, and safeguarding the rights of data subjects in an evolving digital environment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Miss Celia Barkley, the Information Commissioner. Put your hands together for her, please, as she makes her way to the stage.
Lady Suarez Brown, Honorable Minister Wheatley, Ambassador Rocky Mead, other members of the very supportive ministry team, members of UTEC, Dr. Brown, as I said, Mr. Trevor Hughes, Mr. Bob Siegel, staff of both UTEC and the University of the Technology, members of the media, and all persons present or listening to us online, good morning. I was on social media, as many of us often are recently, and I saw a video that made me smile for several reasons. It was a video of Lisa Hanna speaking about being captured in a recording, a selfie, by, I assume, a young person who wanted to save their memories and broadcast. And she made the point about the importance of her privacy and protecting her personal data and her right not to be photographed or filmed if she didn't want to. And she exercised that right by asking the person to delete the video. And I smiled. I smiled because not only is data protection topical, not only is it important, but persons are at the point now where they recognize that they have rights, they have the power to exercise it, and they are doing so. I also appreciated that for the person who was videoing, they accepted that knowledge and they responded to it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this important conference under the theme, Your Privacy Program and You, Managing Privacy in the Age of AI and Digital Mistrust. This theme could not be timelier. We are living in an era where technology is advancing at a pace never experienced. Artificial intelligence, data analytics, digital platforms have now transformed how we learn, communicate, and do business. Yet, alongside these advancements, there's a growing sense of mistrust. People are increasingly asking, who has my data? How is it being used? And can I trust who holds it? But we also need to focus on how we protect those who are vulnerable, those who, for one reason or another, are unaware or lack the capacity to ask those questions. Ms. Hanna knew her rights. Ms. Hanna knew that she was being recorded. She knew the risk of having that recording broadcast on platforms outside her control. She knew what could happen with her image in the wrong hands, and she sought to exercise her rights. What of the individual who is not so aware, not so conscious? Who protects them? Now, this is why privacy programs matter, because there are persons who have a responsibility to ensure that not just Ms. Hannah, not just you, not just me, but every person's privacy rights are respected. A privacy program is not simply a policy on a shelf or a compliance exercise that you check off once a year. It is a dynamic framework that governs the relationship between our way of life and how personal data is collected, used, stored, and protected. But more importantly, it reflects persons' respect for individuals and their commitment to accountability. I say persons here, not organizations, deliberately, because maybe if we think of data protection as a personal obligation, in the same way that we think of data privacy as a personal right, we will show more respect for others and take our commitments more seriously. The Data Protection Act, ladies and gentlemen, makes data protection personal. The data controller is defined first as any person. So data protection is not just a matter of conglomerates, large companies, or even registered businesses. The Act gives the OIC a clear mandate to promote compliance and uphold the rights of individuals in relation to their personal data. In doing so, we will seek to ensure that individuals' personal data are processed responsibly and ethically, even where that processing is required for or forms a part of innovation. Now, innovation, digital transformation, and national development must happen with respect for human dignity and protection of privacy, not at the cost of them. In the age of AI, digitization, and data analytics, this responsibility becomes very critical. These applications and systems rely heavily on data, often large volumes of personal data. With strong governance, transparency, and safeguards, these technologies can easily, without strong governance, transparency, and safeguards, these technologies can easily undermine privacy, reinforce biases, and erode public trust. Managing privacy in this environment requires intention, structure, and leadership. But it also requires education, awareness, and full participation. That is why today's conversation is not only about law related to data protection, but also about creating a culture of privacy, about developing practices that become so commonplace, they are a norm, natural, a way of life. Throughout Data Privacy Month, observed under the theme, Take Control of Your Data, we have been very deliberate in taking this message beyond the boardrooms, into our communities, to the church, to the schools, to businesses, and here to everyone. Through our school tours, we have seen firsthand how early education empowers individuals to make smarter, safer choices when maneuvering the digital space. When students understand how their data can be used or misused and the resultant impact, they begin to see privacy not as an abstract concept, but as something personal and practical. But schools are not the only place for education, and students are not the only people who can learn. We all must learn to grow our businesses, to grow our nation. This emphasis on education directly connects to the partnership that has been made for this conference. Our collaboration with the University of Technology is a powerful example of how regulators and academic institutions can work together and shape a more privacy-aware society. Universities are spaces of innovation, research, and critical thinking. They also train professionals who will design systems, manage organizations, and influence policy in the years to come. Embedding privacy in this level of thinking is not optional, it is essential. So today's conference brings together regulators, technologists, academics, and even students, we do have some here, and practitioners, because privacy cannot be effectively managed in silos. Building trust in the digital age requires shared responsibility. So organizations must implement meaningful privacy programs, developers must adopt privacy by design, leaders must ask the right questions, and individuals must be aware of their rights and responsibilities under law. My call to action this morning is simple but urgent. If you are an organization, assess your privacy program, strengthen your governance, and ensure accountability at every level. Do not wait for a complaint or a breach to review and improve your privacy practices. If you're an individual, whether a professional or a student, commit to understanding how data protection principles apply to you and within your field or discipline. Take control of your data. Take control of the data that relates to you and the data entrusted to you. In this digital age, there is no progress without trust. Protect the personal privacy. It is the foundation of trust and transformation. So I thank UTech for this collaboration. I thank our stakeholders for their continued support. And I thank each of you for being a part of this very important conversation. I look forward to the discussions that will follow and to the collective action that must come after today. Thank you.
One more time for Commissioner Barclay, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for that compelling address and for underscoring the importance of regulatory leadership, trust, and of course compliance in the age of AI, and also for leaving us with a call to action. You know, we have to review those practices and to ensure that we control our data, because data protection is indeed a personal obligation. So thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to hear from our next speaker, Dr. the Honorable Andrew Wheatley, Minister without portfolio with responsibility for science, technology, and special projects in the Office of the Prime Minister. Minister Wheatley has responsibility for advancing Jamaica's science, technology, and innovation agenda, and for ensuring that digital progress is aligned with national development goals, good governance, and public trust. Please put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. And let's welcome Dr. the Honorable Andrew Wheatley.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremonies. Ambassador Rocky Mead, Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister. Dr. Kevin Brown, President of the University of Technology. President, it appears that we are moving in the same circles because we are meeting up now at quite a number of events. Very often. Ms. Celia Barclay, our Information Commissioner. Mr. Trevor Hughes, President and CEO of IAPP. Mr. Bob Siegel, Mr. Andre Lawrence, Deputy Provost and Conference Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, students, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I want to begin by thanking the Office of the Information Commissioner and the University of Technology, Jamaica for convening this timely and essential conference. The conversations we have here today matters. In fact, we are seeing an ever-increasing interest in the whole matter of data privacy. I am sure that Jamaicans have been following the discussions in the public space and in Parliament that privacy, especially data privacy, is now something that Jamaicans are becoming more aware of. You know, the conversation is not just about privacy for professionals, but Jamaicans as we transition into a more digital lifestyle. Digital systems that we are now incorporating in our everyday lives has forced us now to become more cognizant of what is happening with our data. The theme we have chosen, managing privacy in the age of AI and digital mistrust, speaks directly to the challenge of our moment. We stand at an inflection point, ladies and gentlemen. Digital transformation is accelerating, and it is accelerated at a pace that we have to ensure that as a people, as a government, we are protected. Citizens' rights are asking inexplicitly the question, who has access to my data? How is it being used? Can I trust the systems that now touch nearly every aspect of my life? And these are not abstract questions, ladies and gentlemen. These are real questions that goes to the heart of governance, public confidence, and national competitiveness. We are living that reality at this moment. Let me be frank, ladies and gentlemen, about what we are seeing today. Every day, Jamaicans are receiving phone calls from people who sound exactly like relatives. Voice clones generated by artificial intelligence. Pleading for urgent transfers of money. We are seeing deepfake videos circulated on social media, designed to mislead, manipulate, or destroy reputations. In fact, it's just this morning someone sent me one such misleading social media comment, speaking or ascribing to me things that I did not say in Parliament yesterday as related to the Cybercrimes Amendment Act of 2026. Just this past week, ladies and gentlemen, law enforcement officials announced arrest in what they are calling one of the most elaborate and brazen fraud schemes Jamaica has seen to date. The individuals have been charged with this multi-million-dollar fraud investigation, and it has been said or claimed by the law enforcement officials that some $600 million were taken from a number of financial institutions across the island. And according to the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency, these suspects allegedly assumed the identities of multiple individuals with varying occupations using fraudulently obtained genuine documents. You hear what I said? Fraudulently obtained genuine documents. How do you get fraudulent or fraud with genuine? It just speaks to the level of sophistication that is out there. And these fraudulent identification bypass security protocols and identity confirmation measures at these financial institutions. The sophistication involved in manipulating identities to defeat institutional safeguards is quite alarming. In fact, the scale is unprecedented. It is just that in this particular instance that law enforcement was able to catch up on these persons. But here's the critical point, ladies and gentlemen. Behind every one of these incidents is a failure of data protection. I'll say it again. Behind every one of these incidents is a failure of data protection. Personal information, names, addresses, national identification numbers, biometric data, occupational credentials are being collected, stored, shared, and in too many cases, leaked or sold. When that information falls into the wrong hands, ladies and gentlemen, when criminals can obtain genuine documents fraudulently or create convincing forgeries, they can penetrate or perpetrate fraud at scales we have never encountered before. And now, ladies and gentlemen, when AI enters the equation, this problem is now magnified exponentially. This is why privacy matters. This is why we have to safeguard our data. Not as an abstract principle, but as a shield against real harm happening to real people right now in our society. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, this is of national importance because it affects national development. In fact, Jamaica's national development goals, as articulated in Vision 2030 Jamaica, depends fundamentally on trusting digital system. The government is very active in digital transformation. How government communicates, relates with its citizens. You would have seen over the last 10 years advances in terms of digital transformation. And we are moving at speed to ensure that Jamaica is at pace or even ahead of some of the countries in this hemisphere. And as government deploys digital transformation and deploys AI-enabled services, we cannot ask our citizens to simply accept these changes on faith when they are simultaneously being victimized. So you cannot have stories out there that people are being victimized, that their data are exposed to, criminals, yet at the same time we are asking them to interact with the government on a digital basis. It doesn't make sense. And so data privacy and how we treat with data becomes critical as we advance technologies in our society. The argument is out there that, yes, AI is coming. But AI is not something that we should fear. It is something that we should embrace. But in embracing the opportunities that comes with AI, we have to ensure that we safeguard our citizens in such a way that they feel comfortable utilizing not only AI, but other digital services, embracing technologies as we move towards becoming a more digital, innovative society. Ladies and gentlemen, the same technology that can deliver better public services can be exploited to profile and target vulnerable citizens for fraud. Privacy is not a technical issue anymore. It's a matter of governance, it's a matter of public safety, and it is indeed a social contract, especially as it relates to government and how it interacts with citizens. Again, I emphasize that privacy is not a barrier to progress. It is a prerequisite for sustainable digital development and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, strong privacy programs support our national objectives while serving as our first line of defense against fraud, identity theft, and digital manipulation that are eroding public confidence and costing Jamaicans millions annually. Government must be clear in terms of setting legal framework and policy expectations for responsible data use. We must enable innovation while safeguarding rights and lead by example. This means that we must conduct proper data impact assessment before deploying AI systems within government. We must limit data collection to what is strictly necessary. We must secure citizens' data as if lives depend on it. And in fact, lives do depend on safeguarding our citizens' data. We have to be very transparent about what data we hold and how AI system uses that data. And most importantly, we must respond swiftly when breaches occur. We cannot, as a government, hide the fact that we ourselves operating in the digital space must have the necessary safeguards and must report to our citizens. That is part of the whole accountability and transparency process, so that we share the information that if we have encountered a breach, then our citizens must be aware, and they themselves must, on becoming aware, take the necessary precautions while the government uses the system to remedy and protect the rights of and the information of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, through public sector reform, government must demonstrate that efficiency and rights protection are not competing goals. They are mutually reinforcing. Now, what does a modern privacy program look like? It must be proactive. It must be risk-based and embedded across organizational culture from the start. But practically, it must also anticipate AI-enabled threats. Privacy assessment must now consider, can this data train deepfake models? Could voice recordings be cloned? If this database were breached, what AI-powered fraud could criminals execute? We must also implement robust authentication. Ladies and gentlemen, in an age of deepfakes and synthetic identities, we must move beyond simple passwords. Biometric data must be properly encrypted, because once compromised, you cannot change your face or your fingerprint. We must also monitor for misuse. Privacy programs must detect when data is being assessed inappropriately. When AI systems produce biased outputs and when personal information appears where it should not, we have to become more aware in this space. And most importantly, I believe that we must enable rapid response. When fraud occurs, organizations must act quickly to notify affected individuals, contain damage, and prevent repeat incidents. AI may change our processes, ladies and gentlemen, but it does not change the core principles of lawfulness, fairness, transparency, and accountability. These principles are our guardrails against the misuse of powerful technologies. Simply put, ladies and gentlemen, accountability cannot be outsourced. AI is a tool, not a substitute for leadership or accountability. When an AI system incorrectly flags someone as fraudulent, blocking access to essential services, who is accountable? When a deepfake is created using data your organization failed to protect, who is responsible? To answer this, ladies and gentlemen, the organization that deployed the system is responsible. The leaders who approved its use is responsible. Organizations remain fully accountable for AI-assisted decisions, for bias, for error, for harm. Government policy must ensure that human oversight, explainability, and redress remain central. We cannot, ladies and gentlemen, allow the AI did it to become an excuse for negligence. And this is not just a public sector issue. Financial institutions must recognize that customer data, if inadequately protected, becomes raw material for fraud. And not only financial institutions, businesses who collect data, personal data, must bear or come to the realization that they have a responsibility and they will be held accountable how they treat with people personal data. Telecommunications providers must also understand that voice data can be weaponized through AI. Healthcare providers must protect medical records, knowing they can be used for insurance fraud or targeted scams against vulnerable patients. This is the reality of the world that we live in. Privacy programs must evolve alongside national digital initiatives. And that is why we have the Office of the Information Commissioner to monitor and ensure that the data privacy legislation is implemented and followed. And you, Madam Information Commissioner, will be supported and will be equipped In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that data privacy is a shared responsibility. It requires partnership, investment, and commitment. Robust privacy programs are essential to protecting Jamaicans from the very real threats they face today. We are a society that believes that Jamaicans have this inherent innovative capacity. And as we encourage our citizens to unleash that capacity, we have to ensure that the guardrails are in place. As we transform our society to a digital society, that our citizens embrace not only the technologies, but they are aware of the risks as well, and put in place legislation and guardrails, policies to protect our citizens in this digital space. I commend the organizers of this event and the participants who have seen it fit to be here, because data privacy is everybody's business. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Thank you so much, Minister Wheatley. One more time for Minister, please, ladies and gentlemen, for those forward-looking remarks and for highlighting the role of policy innovation and responsible governance in Jamaica's digital future. Thank you so, so very much. Now, I see that you are still on the stage, and I do want to invite you to stay with us. I want to invite Miss Celia Barkley back on stage. We do have a short special presentation for you, Minister.
Now, Minister has publicly before all of you pledged his support and commitment to the Office of the Information Commissioner. Thank you, Minister. Now, as we mentioned, education is going to be a key part of ensuring data protection in the future. And so our partners today, UTech, are doing their part at the tertiary level, which we recognize, appreciate, and support. We at the OIC also believe that not only does it have to be done at the tertiary level, but certainly at all levels. And so as a part of our Data Privacy Month initiative, we incorporated school tours where we have publicly launched our new publication, Privacy Champions. Now, this is a student companion workbook It is designed to just provide exercises that will introduce children at the secondary level to data privacy and protection. It educates them as well as tests their awareness in a way that is entertaining and interactive. And so we take this opportunity just to publicly advise everyone of it. We will be having a national initiative in the next financial year where we go to different schools, interact with the students, share information, and of course distribute these books. So we wanted to formally present the minister with his own personal copies of our Privacy Champion student workbook.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barclay, and thank you so much again to Minister Wheatley. Data privacy is, of course, a shared responsibility. Minister, don't go anywhere just yet. We have one more presentation for you. Don't run away from us. At this time, I'd like to invite Professor Charmaine Barrett, Deputy President and Provost UTEC Jamaica, who will be doing another special presentation to Minister Wheatley.
Honorable Dr. Wheatley, we just want to acknowledge your presence with us today and to thank you for sharing with us. We thank you for your public commitment to continue to support data protection, which is critical for our country moving forward. We're good to have you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Barrett, and of course, Minister Wheatley. And I love the fact that they highlighted a national education campaign, especially as it relates to data protection, because, ladies and gentlemen, I think now we have reached a point where a lot of persons are even afraid to have conversations around their cell phone. I don't know if it has happened to you before, but you have mentioned something randomly. You are having a conversation with someone. You could mention something as simple as fried chicken. And whenever you open either Google or social media, you see the ads just start popping up. Has this ever happened to you? You might mention somebody, you know, as Jamaicans, you like to talk sometimes. And you mention somebody's name. And then all of a sudden, when you pop up on social media, this person ends up on your page. And you then question, who is listening to my conversations? Do you agree with me, ladies and gentlemen? So we definitely do need a national education campaign which starts from all levels, right, to highlight and to reiterate the importance of data privacy. And I'm sure that you have also experienced when you are logging into certain platforms, they give you a highlight to say that possibly your information or your password has been leaked. Has this ever happened to you? And you just continue because you want to move right along. So, of course, we need to reiterate that, of course, this is a shared responsibility. And, of course, we need adequate protection with our personal data. So thank you so much, Minister, for the national policies. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will be enjoying a brief cultural interlude before proceeding. So please, let's all welcome and put our hands together, Mr. Corey Sales, for a musical rendition.
When I wake up in the morning, see the sun shining, I know that your blessing is over me. Yeah, I wanna see the tree moving, hear the birds chirping, I feel my... Let me see somebody stretch your hands up. Let me see how we have to say, I've got joy, say, I've got peace, say, I've got favor all over me. Say, I've got joy, I've got peace, say, I've got favor all over me. Listen, when I wake up in the morning, see the sun shining, I know that your blessing is over me. Yeah, when I see the tree moving, hear the birds chirping, I feel my beat inside of me. Come on, help me say, I've got joy. Say, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor all over me. Say, I've got joy. Lord, I've got peace. And I've got favor all over me. Every day I'm living, everywhere I'm going, every move I'm making, you're guiding me. All of the love I'm feeling, all the kindness showing, all the mercy flowing over. I need everybody to help me say, I've got joy. Say, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor all over me. Say, I've got joy. Lord, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor all over me. And in my life, He's blessing me. And as I grow, His grace covers me. So I will walk in God's authority, for His favor covers me. Say, I've got joy. Lord, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor all over me. Say, I've got joy. Lord, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor. Do me a favor right now. Could you turn to somebody beside it? You've got joy. Turn to them and tell them, you've got peace. Tell them, say, you've got faith. Cover them now, all over you. Say, you've got joy. Come on, talk to somebody. You've got peace. Say, you've got favor. Let me see everybody wave so now. Say, I've got joy. Lord, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor all over me. I've got joy. I've got peace. I've got favor all over. Amen.
One more time for Carrie Sales, ladies and gentlemen, for such a wonderful performance and for lifting our spirits a little higher this morning. Thank you so much, Carrie. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce the conference chair who will be introducing our guest speaker this morning. He's the Data Protection Officer of the University of Technology, Jamaica, and has been instrumental in conceptualizing and coordinating this conference. He brings extensive experience in privacy governance, compliance, and institutional data management. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Andre Lawrence.
Minister, our President, Dr. Brown, Ms. Celia Barkley, our Information Commissioner, all the OIC team that are here, our UTech management team, our special guest, and all our sponsors, a very good morning to you all. I want to say thank you all for coming, and I hope that today it's been going well, and that the information that we'll provide will be beneficial for you and in your organization as we continue the journey on privacy. Today, we have special persons in our midst, but we must mention two that have traveled very far. We have Mr. Bob Siegel, President of Privacy Ref. Stand for Bob. And our main speaker who is here, who I will tell you a little bit about. J. Trevor Hughes is the President and CEO of IAPP, the professional home of privacy, AI governance, and digital responsibility globally, with over 80,000 members in more than 150 countries. The IAPP provides training, certification, publications, research, events, and networking opportunities to respond to growing need for professionals to manage the intersection of data, technology, and humanity. He is a native of Canada. Trevor privileged to serve as the Executive Director of Network Advertising Initiative and the Email Sender and Provider Coalition. Trevor is widely recognized as a leading digital policy expert on the global stage. He is sought after speaker, but thank we got him, right? He appears in many areas: SXSW, RSA Conference, TEDx, Global Privacy Assembly, and more. He recently had a speaking engagement. I would include ICA Live, Africa, World Bank Group, the World Bank Group, Data Privacy Day, the FIFA Global Compliance Summit, and Mobile World Congress Ministerial Program. He has lectured extensively around the world, including at Harvard, MIT, London School of Economics, Trinity College, Dublin University, and Texas Austin. What a person we have in our midst today. Trevor has contributed to media outlets all over. The New York Times, just to name a few, TechCrunch. He's also testified on issues of privacy surveillance and sensitive technology before the US Congress, US Federal Trade Commission, British Parliament, and more. He received his bachelor's degree from the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, and his Juris Doctor degree from the University of Maine School of Law, where he's an adjunct professor. So, ladies and gentlemen, without no further ado, I welcome the man of the hour, J. Trevor Hughes.
Well, thank you, Andre. Thank you, thank you. And what a tremendous honor to be here in Jamaica today. It was a bit of an adventure getting here yesterday. The storms on the East Coast disrupted travel, but I'm delighted to be with all of you. Minister Wheatley, Ambassador Mead, President Dr. Brown, Commissioner Barclay, and Andre Lawrence, the Data Protection Officer and the chair of our event here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Students, good morning. IAPP members, good morning. Truly, it is an honor to be with all of you today. I want to talk a little bit about, surprise, AI, technology, privacy, digital governance, accountability inside organizations, but I'm not going to do that by sharing information about the moment we are in, because I think there is a more powerful way, or a powerful way, for us to explore these issues. And that's by looking historically. Because it turns out that this is not the only moment in human history when technology has converged with politics and innovation has challenged our societal norms. This is not the first time this has happened. And by looking back at complex moments in history, maybe we can learn something about how we navigate this present moment. And so what I want to do with you today is share 5 years, 5 short years in history, 4 figures that were active in those 5 years, 3 technologies that emerged during that time, and after that, I'm actually going to give you 2 extra bonus stories as well. The 5 years, well, it's 1886 to 1891. We're going back almost 150 years. 1886 to 1891, 5 short years. The 4 figures are these 4, and you'll get to know them better. Ike Hoover, Louis Brandeis, Samuel Warren, and Bertha Benz. The 3 technologies, I won't make them a surprise. It is the Kodak Brownie camera, it's electricity, and it is the automobile. So let's dive in, shall we? The first I want to talk about is a technology that was claimed to be invading sacred precincts. What was this technology? Well, it was this. It was the Kodak Brownie camera. You see, in 1888, an innovation occurred in photography. Photography at that point had been around for 30 or 40 years. And prior to 1888, photography involved a lot. You had a big tripod, a plate, a cape. There was an enormous production that occurred whenever a photo was being taken. But then George Eastman did something powerful. He invented flexible film. And all of a sudden, instead of this enormous production, photography could occur in a small little box. And in fact, that small little box was seen to invade sacred precincts. Why? Well, because all of a sudden, photography had no notice. It had much less context. It could be done surreptitiously. You could take a picture without someone knowing. And that changed the context of privacy. In fact, at the time, there emerged a common character, the Kodak fiend. And this was someone who took a picture when someone was not aware of the picture being taken. They were called Kodak fiends. Well, the popular media, as the popular media often does, exclaimed about this violation of privacy. This is Puck Magazine, a news magazine from the United States at the time, and you can see on the left of the piece here, there is actually a reporter with a Kodak Brownie camera slung over his shoulder. And you may not be able to read it, but across the bottom of this cover of the magazine, it says, "No privacy is sacred from him. Rest assured, technological innovation has challenged privacy throughout history. Here's a Washington Post article. The president went out for a walk, and what happened? A Kodak fiend jumped from behind a bush and took the president as he was taking his daily walk. This was a moment in time when the president could walk freely in Washington, D.C., and the president was greatly offended by this intrusion into the privacy of his walk on a public street. Well, let me introduce you to two of the characters of our four, and that is Louis Brandeis and Samuel Warren. Some of you may know the name Louis Brandeis. Samuel Warren is not as well known. They were classmates at Harvard Law School in the 1880s. In fact, Louis Brandeis graduated first of his class. Samuel Warren graduated second. They became great friends. And as their friendship grew, they decided after graduation that they would create a law firm together. And indeed they did. That law firm still exists. They have old letters from Warren and Brandeis on the wall of that law firm in Boston. Samuel Warren came from a very high socioeconomic status. His family were industrialists. They owned paper mills throughout the United States. Samuel Warren and Louis Brandeis was a Jewish child of immigrants from St. Louis. Very conflicting characters to find friendship with each other. One day in their office in the late 1880s, Samuel Warren came in and said, there is this technical innovation that is violating privacy deeply, and we must do something about it. Being Harvard Law graduates, what did they do? Well, they wrote a law review article. That law review article is The Right to Privacy. It has been said that it is the most powerful law review article ever written. The Right to Privacy makes a fairly clear statement, and that is, when the terms of our negotiations in society change, when technology or circumstance changes the circumstances of society, so too must the law evolve. That when technology changes, the law must change as well. When technology changes the nature of the deal in society, so too must the law. They looked at the Kodak Brownie camera and said, this violation of the sacred precincts of our privacy must come with a recognition of a right to privacy. This is the first articulation of a right to privacy in jurisprudence around the world. Now, here's the part that you might know a little bit about. Louis Brandeis actually became a very famous jurist in the United States. He went on to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court, maybe one of the most notable U.S. Supreme Court judges ever to have served. And while he was on the Supreme Court, some 40 years later, in 1927, there was a case called Olmstead that involved wiretapping of phone lines. And Louis Brandeis said in that case that we should protect the right to privacy, that it should be a right to be let alone. But guess what? He was in the dissent. He lost that case. He was not on the winning side of that debate. It was not until 1967, 77 years after they had written The Right to Privacy, long after Brandeis and Samuel Warren had both passed away, that the U.S. Supreme Court recognized in the case of Katz a right to privacy in telephone communications and a requirement that the government have a warrant or judicial approval prior to wiretapping a telephone conversation. So let's wrap up this first story with a lesson. Innovation challenges societal norms. Innovation changes the terms of the deal. The problem is we can't wait for the law. The law will always be a lagging response. It's important that we look to the law. It's important that we have the guardrails of the law, but the law is always a lagging response. And so the message to all of you, don't wait. Don't wait. Engage in risk management on AI today. Work proactively on protecting privacy today. Let's turn to our second technology, one that was described as an unrestrained demon. What is that technology? Well, it is the light bulb, but more specifically, more broadly perhaps, it is electricity. During the time that we are looking at, 1886 to 1891, electricity was flourishing around the world. Thomas Edison in the United States, Tesla in the United States were introducing both direct current and alternating current wires all throughout the country. In fact, this was happening all around the world. So much so that in 1889, something happened called the overhead wire panic. What was this? Well, there was no regulation guiding behavior of these new electrical lines that were being introduced to cities around the world. And so this picture of New York City after a snowstorm was common as you went around the world. There were wires everywhere. The challenge was that standards for insulating those wires, standards for the currents that ran through those wires, standards for the resistors and transformers that were along those lines, they were not yet standardized. They were not yet created. What happened? Well, tragedies happened. On the left, you can see a tragedy of John Feeks. John Feeks was a lineman who was stringing lines, and in New York City, he touched the wrong line and was electrocuted immediately. However, it took many hours, if not days, for them to remove his body because they couldn't switch off all of the power lines that were above the streets of New York City. The joke at the time from magazines was that citizens were going to have to start walking around in insulated suits to protect them from the risks of this new technology. I want you to read this quote with me from the New York Times at that time, and I want you to think of the moment that we are in with AI today and how reminiscent is this quote from the New York Times talking about electric light. The electric light companies, in their eagerness to occupy the field newly open to capital and enterprise, have gone on expanding and developing with little regard for its dangerous side. The dangerous qualities of electricity and electric light have not been recognized yet by any legislative or official action. The same dynamics occurred over 140 years ago. I did a little research on Jamaica and the moment of adoption of electricity this morning, and it's actually quite notable. You may not know this history, but in 1889, at the Chamber of Commerce, local leaders met to create the Jamaica Electric Light and Power Organization, a company, JELP. JELP in 1890 built a power station pretty close to the corner of Gold Street and Harbor Street. And I understand the building still stands today. But here's something that's notable. In Jamaica, the law was not a lagging response. The Jamaican Parliament, the governance at the time, recognized that electricity needed structure legislatively. And so in 1890, as that first power station was coming on board and the first 1,000 homes in Jamaica were being powered, the electric lighting law went into effect. It required inspections both of commercial and residential properties. It was very forward-looking for the time. In fact, that law stood until 2015, just recently, until it was repealed and replaced with more modern standards. Let's keep looking at electric light. In 1891, the White House was still powered by kerosene and oil lamps. And so there was not yet electric light in the White House. The president at the time, Benjamin Harris, was hosting a conference of surgeons in the East Wing of the White House, and it was determined that they would bring electric light in to demonstrate this new powerful technology. And so that's indeed what they did. Benjamin Harris and his wife, Caroline, President Harrison brought electric light in, but here's the thing, once it was strung in, they were terrified of switching the light on. President Harrison and his wife Caroline didn't want to touch the light switch because hearing stories like John Feeks, they were worried about being electrocuted. And so what did they do? Well, the electrician who had come from the Edison company to pull the wires to put the lights into the White House, they hired him to flip the light switch. They hired him to turn the lights on and off because the president and the first lady were so terrified of turning on the lights. What is the moral of this story? What does this story tell us? Well, it's pretty clear. We won't touch it if we don't trust it. If we do not trust the technology that we are meant to use, it's never going to succeed. It will never succeed in society because consumers, citizens, human beings need a sense of trust in order to engage with technology. I want to introduce one last technology to you. This one had been described as sitting on an explosion. And what was that? Well, it was the automobile. Back in the mid-1880s, in fact, in 1886, Carl Benz, you might recognize that name, Mercedes-Benz, same name. Carl Benz introduced and got a patent for what was understood to be, thank you, what was understood to be the first practical consumer automobile in the world. It was this, the Benz patent motor wagon. Looks a little odd today. It's 3 wheels, little single lever in the middle for steering, a little buggy seat on top. One of the things notably that it didn't have brakes. The Benz patent motor wagon, when it was first introduced, did not have proper functioning brakes. And as a result, when it was first demonstrated to the media and the public, Carl Benz himself crashed the vehicle into a wall because it did not have brakes. At the time, the media were greatly critical of the idea of the automobile, the motor car, because they thought you could not get people to sit over an explosion, that they would not trust this technology. And just like the Kodak fiend emerged, so too did the automobile fiend. Because if you're going down the road on a vehicle without brakes, you're a quite dangerous person. In fact, here's a piece from a postcard with a little poem called The Automobile Fiend. And what's the last line of the poem? He is surely dressed fit to kill. What was he killing? Well, yes, people were at risk, but also, as you can see from Puck Magazine at the time, pets and livestock were greatly at risk. This is a vehicle on the left being chased by all the ghosts of the animals that car had killed. On the right, it says, why did the chicken cross the road? Well, it shouldn't cross the road with these dangerous brake-free killing machines going down the road. Legislation, as I mentioned, is a lagging response. It's also difficult in the early days of a technology to know exactly what to legislate. In the UK and in the United States, they created something called the Locomotive Acts. These acts said that if you are driving one of these death machines down one of our public roads, what do you have to do? Well, you have to have someone at a distance of 60 yards in front of your vehicle waving a red flag so that everyone coming, and I guess all the chickens and goats and cows and other things, will know that you're coming down the road. Just think of that for 1 second. First of all, you have to go so slow that someone walking can stay ahead of you, so that's not very effective. You've got to pay someone to walk ahead of you. The technology was not meeting its full purpose in society. But here is our heroine. This is really, I think, the main central character of our story, and that is Bertha Benz. You notice she has the same last name as Carl Benz. In fact, it is the wife of Carl Benz. Bertha Benz met Carl Benz early in her life. She used part of her dowry to fund what was to become the Mercedes-Benz company. In that way, she was an early venture capitalist inventor. She believed deeply in her husband. She believed deeply in the technology of the automobile. And so what did Bertha Benz do? Well, in 1888, without her husband's knowledge, she took one of the Benz patent motor wagons and decided to visit her mother in Germany. And she went from Pforzheim to Mannheim, a distance of about 130 kilometers round trip. It was the longest car trip ever taken at the time. She has her 2 sons with her. While she's out on the road, she realizes that the fuel line is getting clogged. She uses a hat pin and clears it out. She breaks one of the pulleys on the car, one of the bands on the car. She uses one of the straps from her dress and repairs it. But she also realizes as she's coming over a hill that the car did not slow down sufficiently, and she felt unsafe with her 2 children with her. So what did she do? She went into a cobbler shop. And she said, all right, shoemaker, I want you to take this wooden block and put leather on the outside and build a lever so that as I press it on the wheel, it will slow the vehicle down. Bertha Benz invented the brakes for the car. Bertha Benz invented modern brakes. Now, if I was to ask you, what do brakes do on a car? Most of you, many of you would say something quite logical. Brakes slow them down. And in fact, cars were very slow. The speed limits for cars in those early days, prior to brakes, were very, very low. In the UK in 1889, 4 kilometers an hour. You literally can walk faster than that. But as brakes were introduced, did they slow cars down? Actually, just the opposite. Cars only began to go faster when brakes were introduced. What is the moral of this story? Trust and safety allow innovation to go faster. Brakes don't slow cars down, they speed them up. When we introduce trust and safety in an emerging technology, we allow that technology to accelerate more quickly into society. That is a powerful lesson for us all. All right. We've gone through 3 morals, 3 stories, that the law is a lagging response and that technology changes the terms of the deal in society, and the law has to evolve but can often be a delayed response. That we won't use it if we don't trust it. And if those 2 first ideas are true, what does that mean for businesses trying to use these technologies? It means you better do it out of the gate, regardless of whether the law says you have to do something or not. And then finally, adding trust and safety is not friction. Adding trust and safety is not a barrier or a hurdle. It is an enabler of better adoption of a technology in society. I said I would give you 2 additional bonus stories just to convey the idea that brakes make things go faster. The first one is, sadly, being decapitated by an elevator. Now, it's outside of our 5-year window. That's why it's a bonus story. But in the mid-1800s, elevators were being adopted all around the world. And back in those times, there were no brakes on elevators. There were no safety features. And there were many examples of death occurring because of open shafts or people being caught as the elevator went between floors. It wasn't until this man, Elijah Otis, and you may recognize that name from Otis Elevators. Elijah Otis invented brakes on elevators. What did that do to architecture? Well, prior to the advent of elevator brakes, buildings around the world largely did not go over 5 floors because that was the limit of human patience, endurance. It's as much as we would put up with walking up to the 5th floor of a building. Here's something that's interesting and notable. Back in the mid-1800s, socioeconomically, the richer, more privileged people lived on the ground floor because they didn't have to walk up a lot of stairs to get to their apartment. It was the upper floors where poorer people lived because you had to walk a lot further. It was much more work. Well, Elijah Otis invents the elevator brake, and what happens? The horizontal architecture of cities becomes vertical. All of a sudden, buildings can grow to dozens of stories. And what's the message there? Trust and safety allow us to build higher. They allow us to build more. They allow us to do more. Here's another story, the inconvenience of a blow-up. Also in the mid-1800s, trains were being adopted. Steam power was being adopted all around the world. One of the challenges was the communication mechanisms that were in place at that time, telegraph largely, were singular direction. They were unidirectional. You could only go one way with the communication. Also, the braking mechanisms that existed in the locomotive alone, not in all of the cars. It was this man, Granville T. Woods, an amazing inventor in the United States who not only invented a dual direction communication system, so 2 different train stations could talk to each other, but he invented a braking mechanism so that simultaneously every car on a train would brake at the same time, greatly reducing the amount of time and distance necessary to brake a train, greatly increasing the safety of a train. Here's something that's notable. Prior to Granville Woods' invention of air braking systems across all cars, the maximum number of cars in most trains in the late 1800s was about 10. After the invention, 30. After adding brakes, you could add 3 times the number of cars. Locomotives were 3 times more productive than they were before. So, trust and safety. Berta Benz has told us that trust and safety allow us to go faster. Elijah Otis has told us that trust and safety allow us to build higher. And Granville Woods has taught us that trust and safety allow technology to do more. Which brings me to a call to action for all of you. A call to action for all of you. We are talking about trust and safety in emerging technologies. Here's Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, of Alphabet. AI is probably the most important thing humanity has ever worked on, something more profound than electricity. So let's think back to our lesson and Benjamin Harrison not wanting to touch the switch. We won't touch it unless there's trust in it. And Sundar Pichai is telling us that AI is going to be bigger than electricity. I want you to think about the distance from the light switch to the light bulb with me for just 1 second. And I want you to think about all of the safety and trust mechanisms that exist between that light switch and that light bulb. Let's just do a quick question. How many of you turned on a light switch this morning? Pretty much everyone touched a light switch. Did any of you have an imminent fear of death when touching the light switch? Okay, I saw one hand and I don't believe you. The reason that we trust that technology, we don't even think about that technology, is because trust and safety is baked in. Take this journey with me for just 1 second. There are broadly applicable standards of consumer protection, fire protection. There's even privacy standards that exist for smart devices that you might use to turn on your lights. There are building codes all around the world around how you build, what types of materials you can use, the types of wires that go into the wall. There are licensed professionals that both install the technology, electricians, but also inspect the technology, inspectors. There are builders and architects that need to be licensed. There are professionals and professionalism that wrap around it. And then there are also industry codes that attach to the light bulb, the light switch, the wire, the junction box. All of the components have standards that attach to them. If we were to think of the number of laws and standards, the professional licenses required just to switch on a light, it would be overwhelming. And yet every day when we wake up and turn on a light, we don't have to think about that because we have built trust into that system. I think that's what we need to do today. I think between the switch and the light bulb of AI, between the switch and the light bulb of quantum computing, between the switch and the light bulb of autonomous vehicles, between the switch and the light bulb of anything that is touching our current digital economy, our digital lives, we must do the hard work to put trust between those 2 points, so that we as citizens, our mothers, our fathers, our sisters, our brothers, our children, can use those technologies without fear. They can use them to their fullest and best purpose in society without fear. That is indeed hard work. That is incredibly hard work. We must identify, we must resolve, we must build solutions. We have to create governance programs and standards. We must do an enormous amount of work to make that happen. Today is International Data Privacy Day, and on this day, we recognize the importance of these issues all around the world. IEPP members, our 90,000 members all around the world, are gathering today to discuss exactly these issues. You are the Ike Hoovers that will flip switches, that will build safety into these technologies. You are the Berta Benzes of the world who will help introduce tools and solutions that bring trust and safety to these technologies. That is absolutely critical and important work in today's digital economy. We at the IEPP are very proud to come to work every day to support people like you as you do that work. I am deeply honored to have been invited to this beautiful country on this lovely day to speak at this powerful event. Thank you all.
One more time for Mr. Hughes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes, come on back to the stage, please. We do have a presentation for you. So at this time, I would like to invite Dr. Kevin Brown, who will be presenting Mr. Hughes with a special token to show our appreciation for his insightful and thought-provoking presentation. We do want to thank him very much. And we do greatly appreciate the international perspective and the practical guidance he shared with us as well. Doctor, you want to say something? Okay.
Trevor, that was amazing and very thought-provoking, and you've given us quite a few things to think about, but also you've given us hope that we've been here before, right? So I want to thank you so much for traveling to Jamaica. I hope you've enjoyed a very short stay and will return to enjoy the rest of the island. But we really appreciate having you here on behalf of the University of Technology, the Office of the Information Commissioner, and everyone seated here and online. Thank you so much for being our keynote speaker today.
Thank you so much, Doc, and thank you so much again, Mr. Hughes, walking us through the evolution of technology, and of course, reiterating that yes, innovation does challenge the norms, but what if we won't use it if we don't? We won't use it if we won't trust it, right? And what else we took away from his presentation? With trust and safety, it will allow us to accelerate technology and innovation. Thank you so much, Mr. Hughes. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to head over to lunch. I know that you might want to stretch your legs, right? But let me just tell you a few tidbits before we head off. Lunch is actually pre-packaged for registered participants. A few of you received your armbands. So if you have a blue armband, it is for Lillian's. And for those persons with the yellow armbands, we are going to invite you to head to the general lunch area as well. Okay? So the general lunch area is to the stage, which is to my left, which is to your right. That's for the yellow bands. Okay. All right. And then for the blue bands, Lillian's. All right, there we go. And for persons who arrived today, you possibly do not have any armbands, and we want to encourage you to grab something from the several restaurants located on campus here. We're going to be resuming in just about an hour or so. So have something for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, refresh yourselves, and then we're going to get back into all the information that we're providing here. It's all about our International Data Privacy Conference for 2026. Thank you.
Information Commissioner, OIC. Your data, your rights protected. The Office of the Information Commissioner, OIC.
Jamaica's regulator for data privacy and protection, ensuring data controllers are compliant and data subjects' rights are protected under the law.
This is for real, includes everyone. OIC is government run, so data controllers be compliant right now.
Data subjects, know your rights.
For more info,
visit our website at www.oic.gov.jm or email us at info@oic.gov.jm.
The Office of the Information Commissioner, OIC. Your data, your rights protected. The Office of the Information Commissioner, OIC.
Jamaica's regulator for data privacy and protection, ensuring data controllers are compliant and data subjects' rights are protected under the law.
This is for real, includes everyone. OIC is government run, so data controllers be compliant right now.
Data subjects, know your rights.
For more info,
visit our website at www.oic.gov.jm or email us at info@oic.gov.jm.
The Office of the Information Commissioner, OIC. Your data, your rights protected.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you have not been served, you may make your way to the lunch area where you may get a meal along with a drink. So if you have not been served, you may make your way to the lunch area. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're giving a few more persons just a few minutes to head back into the room. We're going to
Office of the Information Commissioner, OIC.
Jamaica's regulator for data privacy and protection, ensuring data controllers are compliant and data subjects' rights are protected under the law.
This is for real, includes everyone. OIC is government run. So data controllers, be compliant right now.
Data subjects, know your rights.
For more info,
visit our website at www.oic.gov.jm or email us at info@oic.gov.jm.
The Office of the Information Commissioner, OIC. Your data, your rights protected. The Office of the Information Commissioner, OIC.
Jamaica's regulator for data privacy and
So you want me to use it now?
ensuring data controllers are compliant
Drop this
and
one.
data subjects' rights are protected under the law.
This is for real, includes everyone. OIC is government run. So data controllers, be compliant right now.
Data subjects, know your rights.
For more info,
visit our website at www.oic.gov.jm or email us at info@oic.gov.jm.
the Office of the Information Commissioner, OIC. Your data, your rights protected.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Lord, the intersection of privacy, AI, trust, regulation, and organizational responsibility reinforced by both national and international perspectives. We also reiterated that data protection is a personal responsibility, but data privacy is, of course, a shared responsibility that we always have to continue working on. And, you know, one of our aims is to ensure that we do trust the technology as you know, it continues to change over the years, to ensure that, yes, in addition to trusting it, but if we don't trust it, we won't use it. So we have to trust it, to use it, so that innovation can go even faster, right? So we've been having a number of discussions, and we're just about ready to get into our afternoon session, where we are going to be shifting our focus to capacity building, youth perspectives, and industry-level applications of AI and privacy management. Now, I know that a number of persons have joined us back in the room, and for those of you who are sitting on the upper level, I want to invite you as well that you can join us to sit here if it is that you so choose to do so. All right? So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear a brief presentation highlighting training opportunities offered by the University of Technology Jamaica, designed to build skills and competencies in data protection, cybersecurity, and digital innovation. So at this time, let's welcome Dr. Sophia McIntosh and Bob Siege, and they're going to be discussing and sharing some information and some insight as to the data privacy short course that is being offered. So please put your hands together for them. Come on, give them a round of applause. They're going to be talking a little bit about the short course, the data privacy short course offered by the University of Technology Jamaica. Please make them feel welcomed.
Greetings, everyone. I adhere to the protocol already established earlier today. So, as Mrs. Soares Brown said, I'm Sophia McIntosh, and I head the School of Lifelong Learning at the University of Technology Jamaica. So you probably know it as UTech Academy. Now, we have relaunched and rebranded, and it is now called UTech Open. So just to give you a little insight or a little background to UTech Academy and what the mandate is for UTech Academy, now UTech Open. So prior to my time, or my predecessors, they saw the need to increase access to the university. And what do I mean? Is to move away from the traditional pathway for persons to enter the university. So all of us in this room would know that back then, many, many moons ago, if you never had your 5 CXCs, then you could not enter a university. So my predecessors said, and they were visionaries, and they said, you know, the way the world is moving now, we have to make adjustments to how we give people access to our university. And as a result of that, UTech Academy came into existence. So now, if persons are not adequately prepared at the high school level, then persons could enter the university through what we call foundation courses. And these are courses that we developed. And then we moved on to having short courses, because at the time, it was felt that persons leaving university have moved up the ranks. You may have a terminal degree or a CEO in your organization, but there is a need for additional training. So we offered short courses then, which are still relevant today. So fast forward, under the leadership of our president, Dr. Kevin Brown, you would realize that the world continues to change, new skills are being asked, and the strategic context to relaunch UTech Academy and rename and broaden what we do under this school is that the world is changing, and you would have listened, heard what was said before me, that the world continues to change, but we must exist in this world. And one of the challenges that we continue to face in a rapidly changing world is that there is a skills gap. Would you agree that that's a problem in Jamaica? So the context under which we have expanded is that there is that skills gap. The Ministry of Labor continues to speak about that skills gap. There are students leaving university now, and they don't have the skill set to function in a workplace or to create their own employment. STEM is the order of the day, and it is reported worldwide that the economic development of any country, the pillar for economic development is STEM. And we know that, right? As a result of that, we realize that there are problems today, my friends, that what we learned 20 years ago is not sufficient to fix the current problems that we face today. What are some of those problems? Well, I'm not going to say problems, but what are the changes? We see AI. We see, and with AI, people are entering information all over the place. So it creates an opportunity for persons to know about data protection and develop competency in data protection. So under the leadership of President Brown, he said, okay, the mandate for UTech Academy, UTech Open, we have to increase that mandate because the current problems now, as the national university, we have an obligation, we have a duty to respond to the skills gaps in Jamaica as the national university. If you look at Vision 2030, our national development is hinged on our people becoming equipped with the skills of today. The knowledge economy, we would have heard persons talk about it. Our people must have the knowledge to survive today. When you look at the Patterson report, less than 30% of persons are enrolled at the higher education level. My friends, it has to be a concern of everyone in this room. We have to help to fix our problems. And we can if we pay attention to the need to upskill and reskill the people we employ. It makes no sense to sit and complain that young people are not productive and we are doing nothing about it. So here's an opportunity. Sir Bob Siegel is a friend of UTech. And we sat down and we said, okay, we need to come up with a course, a data privacy course that we are going to offer in Jamaica, regionally, and globally because it's online. And we are going to partner and to provide the training. And Ms. Barkley from the commissioner, the Office of the Information Commissioner, she said it. She said, it can't be just the education institution alone. We have to take a holistic approach. And I must applaud your efforts for what you're doing to sensitize persons about the importance of data protection. So before I hand over to Mr. Siegel, I think it was said before, and I'm just going to reiterate what was said. Why is it important for persons to develop competency in data protection? Reputational damage is at risk. How many organizations would want that to happen? You don't handle data properly, and you run the risk of your name being out there saying that you did not handle my data properly, and as a result of that, there is theft or whatever can happen that is wrong with people's data. And we see from time to time in the banking sector, I get emails every day about things that I've won. I don't know how those persons got my email. I've never entered a competition. And we just have to be so careful, and we have to protect the people who we engage with to do business. What is at risk? The survival of our business. If it is that we don't take data protection seriously, then the survival of our business is at risk. And we have a duty to ensure that the people who do business with us, we protect them. Do you agree with that? How that sounds so fenke. I want to hear a resounding yes. Yes, we do have a responsibility. So I'm going to turn over to my friend Bob, and he's going to speak more about the data protection short course that we will be offering together starting the 1st of April this year. Bob?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And thanks for having me back. The short course is meant to introduce people to privacy, to data protection. To some extent, it's a survey course. We're going to talk about things like what all the definitions, all the terminology is having to do with data protection. We are going to talk about laws around the world and emphasize the laws here in Jamaica as well. And then we're going to talk about how to implement the privacy program. Throughout all of this, we're going to interact with the attendees of the course, get them to share what their challenges are, so we can give them insights on how to address them, so when they go back to their jobs, they can immediately add value to their organization. We'll also introduce fact patterns. It's examples that I've seen as a consultant in some companies where there have been issues in how they handle data protection, but that the students in the course could learn from that. And of course, we're going to talk about AI. The role AI plays in running a privacy program, the things you have to look out for when you're bringing in AI technology to do other operations in your organization. That's briefly what we're doing. We're going to get started April 1st. It's going to be about a 6-week course, meeting every week, and I hope you'll join us. And you invite people in your organization who are not necessarily involved with privacy, but need to know about it to join us as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Bob. And we have a booth at the back. So if you want additional information about the data protection short course, feel free to stop at the booth at the back and you will get additional information. In addition to the data protection short course, we also have a Lean Six Sigma short course that will start in February, the ending of February. So you can get additional information about that short course and any other short course that you may have a need for in your organization. It may be cybersecurity, it may be change management, change leadership. Across disciplines, we have a suite of short courses that we are offering to help with the upskilling and to help with the government's mandate to ensure that we close that gap of low productivity in Jamaica. So that is my charge to everyone. And I'm hoping to see the booth with a lot of persons lined up asking for information. Thank you.
One more time for Dr. McIntosh, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Sophia McIntosh and Mr. Bob Siegel, telling us a little bit about the data protection short course that is going to be offered starting in April. And of course, in addition to being able to, boost your own career value, you will be given an opportunity to, of course, reduce risk for a number of organizations, earn trust, protect people, and protect yourself as well, which is extremely important. So thank you so much. Now, we also have a consultancy program. So at this time, I would like to invite Andre Lawrence and Dr. Nadine Maitland to tell us a little bit about that. Please put your hands together for them.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we don't have a lot of time. So what we'll say is that we at UTEC have seen the need for organization in assistance in your compliance efforts. So at UTEC, we have developed a compliance program that we can offer your organization to assist you on your journey to compliance. Dr. Maitland and myself, we work together to ensure that we understand these 8 standards that we are supposed to apply with, the policy requirements, and then we also do your policies and your data maps and your auditing and all the things and guide you through that compliance process. Dr. Maitland?
I think Mr. Lawrence has covered everything, but we actually just work with your organization to help you to become compliant with the Data Protection Act 2020. The entire journey, the gamut, the process that's involved, and we help you to develop your policies and all of that as it relates to that. So we are open for business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, another round of applause. Mr. Andre Lawrence and Dr. Nadine Maitland, open for business. Thank you so much for telling us a little bit about the consultancy program, short and sweet, which will then take us into our first panel discussion. And one of the most important voices in the privacy conversation is that of young people, the youth, digital natives who are both innovators and subjects to this day and age that we are currently living in. Now, this session will feature youth perspectives on digital privacy, offering insights into how young people view data protection, AI, online trust, and digital identity. But before we begin with the youth panel, I want to provide some insight and some context. Now, the students you're about to hear from participated in the Office of the Information Commissioner's School Tour program. Now, these are upper grade students who have already been engaged in conversations about their data protection and privacy rights, making smart and safe choices online, and understanding how their personal data is shared and used in digital spaces. So please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome them. It's time to hear directly from our young people. Students from the St. Jago High School, Christina Robinson, Romano Perks, Jalen Rose Lynch, and Deandra Wallace. Please make them feel welcome. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome, welcome.
Good afternoon.
All microphones on?
Yeah. It's
Testing.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having us here.
You are more than welcome. We're so excited to hear from you. All right, so let's jump right into the conversation. Can anyone give me one example of personal data you freely share online without thinking about it?
Okay, so I think personally, I share my location without even thinking about it because I use apps like Instagram, Snapchat, and I think that they really share my location, especially when I'm taking pictures and I'm posting. Like, they could tell my location from the background. For example, if I'm traveling and say I'm in New York and they see like the Statue of Liberty behind me.
Hold on, just pause 1 second. I want to ensure that we can all see you. I know we can hear you, but I need everyone to see you as well. I'm gonna ask my team to just remove the lectern for me, please. Yes, I'm just gonna give you a second, because we do want to see you all. And if anyone would like to join in or add anything else to the question, please feel free to do so, all right? My apologies, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, for example, if I'm abroad or, abroad, and I'm taking a picture and you see the Statue of Liberty behind me in my post, they will say, yes, she's in New York. And they'll be able to track my location based off of that. Also, the app Snapchat, when I realize when I take pictures, there's this feature that when you swipe across to edit, like there's a location feature that shows where you are based on your location.
It's like a frame, for example, and it adds all the fancy things under it to say, oh, I'm by wherever. Okay, and have you ever thought about it that, hey, I'm actually sharing my location and this might be a safety issue? Have you ever thought about that?
I have.
Okay.
Also, my little brother, he plays this game, Roblox. I'm sure some of you know about the game. And he has to put in his information to log in and sign up. So he puts in his username, all those information. But specifically, the date of birth, I realized if I put he's 9. So I realized when I put his specific date of birth on, he is not able to use the games that he really wants to play. So then I would have to create another account and log in back and put I realize a lot of people, young ones, use their false date of birth. So I would have to create another account so that he could play the game.
Okay, so we freely share our location, we freely share date of birth, and I mean, we can possibly just go on, even just your name, your full name, for example, is an additional personal information that you'd share freely. What app or online platform do you use the most? Because you mentioned Snapchat, you mentioned Roblox, but how do you think it uses your personal information?
Well, the social media app I use the most is Instagram, and I think for one, it takes, when I scroll on Instagram, I like videos, I make comments, I share my personal interests on my post, and I feel like the app itself, it personalizes your page based on the things that you like or share, and that also reminds me of something that you said earlier when you said that when you make a call with someone and then it comes back on your feed magically. Yes. I think it affects that aspect of it. A lot of people knowing what you're interested in, your age group. Yes.
Just like what we refer to as the algorithm. So whatever it is that you possibly like, for example, on the social media platform, it just naturally starts showing you more of it over time. I mean, anybody else would like to chime in and share their views as to, which social media platform you use and how you think it uses your personal information?
Yes. So I would like to add to that. For me, I usually use WhatsApp. And if we realize that there is Meta AI, when we use Meta AI, we're actually giving it contents about who we are and our personality. And Meta AI takes in that information to apply more to who you are so it can give you better feedbacks.
Okay. This is also the same with ChatGPT because, as you said, it mentioned earlier, ChatGPT takes your personal information and it kind of personalizes how they speak with you because, for example, if you speak to Chat in a formal way, it will give you feedback formally rather in an informal way.
Okay, and the more information, I mean, we've been learning more and more about AI as we go along, and what we do realize is the more information and the more details that you do put, you know, in the prompt, and it feeds you back with more that you do possibly need. So the more details that you share, then of course, that is just more of your personal data to let it understand you even more, right? You want to say something?
Yes, additionally, I realized that with AI, to train the models, they actually take some of what you said and apply it. So in a case with ChatGPT, for example, say you always come into ChatGPT about like a math test or just something school related, I realized that in future instances, it will take that information, adapt your learning style, and provide answers based on that. That will actually assist you better and help you grasp the concept and everything.
Okay, all right. Do you think, though, that students your age, read or even understand privacy notices or privacy settings? And if so, why or why not?
No, I don't think so. Most students my age, unfortunately, we don't read the privacy notices. I believe that when we're on online platforms, we immediately just scroll to the bottom and look for the green button that says agree, but we do not know what exactly we are agreeing to, so our information could be used improperly.
Okay. And anybody else want to share in? Or, yeah? You agree with her? Okay. Tell us one risk or benefit you see to online platforms collecting your personal information, and do you think that the benefit outweighs the risk?
Okay, so one benefit of online platforms is the collection of personal information for educational purposes. So, schools, institutions. So our school, San Diego, we have a San Diego Online, which gathers our personal information. So when you enter first form, they'd ask for your name, your age, date of birth, your parents' information. And I believe that this is necessary because, you're in a technological era, and rather than having a collection of papers and trying to find out everything and have to sort, you can just scroll and see all your details right at your fingertips. So this is a benefit. However, there are many risks because if your information isn't used or secured properly, now it's susceptible to hacking, and people could have your information and leak even your address, for example. So I believe the benefits can outweigh the risk if it is used correctly and are protected.
And protected properly.
I want to add another benefit I experienced with the whole data. I did TD as a subject for CSEC, and we used the app AutoCAD. For that app, you have to pay a plan to use it, but there's a student plan where if you submit your ID, your name of the school, your date of birth, and some other information about yourself, you'll be able to use the app. So I think that's another benefit with all of that.
Okay, and of course there are additional risks too, right? I know that you guys possibly know a lot about persons using your own data to create even more profiles and fake profiles about you, and I know that one of our speakers earlier touched on it in terms of the scamming, where they're using persons' faces and photos to, try to scam persons out of money or information, right? So of course, this is exactly why data protection is so important, right?
That's so funny because one time I think someone impersonated my father on Instagram, and he had to let everyone know, he had to post a story about it to let everyone know that it's not him.
Wow, 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 wow. We've been seeing that happen quite a bit, right? Now, tell me now, what are some small mistakes that students make online that could lead to bigger problems later on? You know that, of course, once it is that you put something out on the internet, it will never possibly go away, right? And sometimes you do post things online that you would want to take back. So what do you think are some of those mistakes? And if you could give me possibly just 2 examples.
All right, so a couple mistakes that students usually make is oversharing their personal photos or private information. So especially when you're using WhatsApp or Instagram, you'd post up your images where you are, telling them all the details about you. And as we know, we're going into a digital era where we're using ChatGPT, Gemini, AI, all of these things. And when your image and your photo, your private information is out there, easy for persons to access, they can take your data and they can change it. Because I know that when you use Gemini, you can put an image in it and you can ask it to change it for you. So they can take your personal information, your personal photo, and you put it in Gemini and it can change it. Now, when they change your information that you put up, it can cause you to have a bad reputation. It can cause easy access to hacking your bank information. It has easy access to anything that you actually give out to persons to access. Another mistake also is that when we're logging into different apps like Google, Gmail, students don't usually use strong passwords. And because they don't have strong passwords, it's easy to access into their Gmail and their account. And sometimes we log in on other people's device and we don't log back out of the device. And another thing also that they do is using the same weak password into many different apps. So if I know one of your password already, I can also figure it out for another app.
Okay. Okay, so we tend to use the, I think that you deserve a round of applause so far, guys. Because you're speaking facts, and it just shows that our young people are quite knowledgeable about what is going on. Do you agree with me, ladies and gentlemen? Now, in addition to that, you mentioned the weak password, where persons either use their, some common examples of the weak password. So if I know you personally, I can expect or anticipate you to use your date of birth, some digits from your phone number, right?
1, 2, 3, 4,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Tell me some more.
Like your initials.
Your initials, or if it is that you have a favorite color, or, you know, your
first name.
Sorry?
Your first name.
Your first name or your middle name.
Or even somebody close to your life, their date of birth, their favorite color, other things. It doesn't have to only be about you.
Yes, like for example, Christina, I'd say, okay, I know Christina likes, let's say Christina likes milkshakes. So I know that maybe her password would be milkshake 1, 2, 3. You know, something as simple as that. But you also mentioned a very important point, because especially when you are at school, you use a lot of devices that are shared devices. And it is very important for you to ensure that you remove your information as best as possible, or just to ensure that you log out of these devices once it is that you are finished with them, because your information can get compromised that way. Another thing that we have seen is that, especially, you know, young persons, everybody wants to go viral right now, right? Everybody wants to be the breaking news boss. Everyone wants to share the news first. Some things that probably you wouldn't necessarily want to or need to share online, right? And everybody, sometimes as young persons, we find that a lot of persons think that everything is funny and it can just be the next hit moment or viral moment for you to get 1 million or 2 views. So we find that young persons are sharing a lot of things online every single day. What do you think that, you know, students your age should be most careful about sharing, and why?
I believe that students should be most careful about sharing their IP addresses, as when you click on a malicious link, or I know a lot of us like to connect to like free Wi-Fi and such. But when we do that now and the say the person who set it up, they can easily gain access to your general location and other information about you and what you do online, which can spiral into a whole host of things.
Okay. And I love the fact that you touched on the accessing free Wi-Fi, because once it is that they get in, with that, on that server, for example, then they could possibly access your personal information, whether it be a password, and once they get access to your password, then they will be privy to additional information.
Like banking information and such.
Banking information, family information, and a lot more things. What else would you say that, we should be most important about sharing as young persons? Because we mentioned the location, we mentioned, just your name and your date of birth, we mentioned the IP address. Anything else that comes to mind?
Could you repeat, please?
Anything else that comes to mind that you think that young persons should be, very careful about sharing online?
Probably their full government name, probably like their middle name. Some people call their friends by their middle names.
Okay.
Or even specifically location, because, for example, you want to take a picture outside your house and you're sharing it online. People who don't need to know your address can kind of figure out, say, oh, you live in this community or you live nearby a certain area.
All right. And what would you say are your thoughts about including content about privacy rights and data protection in the syllabus of one of your subjects?
So as a computer science student myself, I believe that right now the syllabus is geared towards teaching us how to build systems and databases. But honestly, if they were to include that, I believe we'd be able to develop other systems in the future that would cater towards the Jamaican society as a whole, and that would be able to gain trust from one another and basically build back the Jamaican society that we should all strive to achieve.
Yes. And my final question to all of you, if you could give one piece of advice to other students about staying safe and protecting their information online, what would it be? Anybody can go first.
Okay. So one piece of advice I would give is think before you click or post anything online, because it's hard to take it back. As we know, when we're on online platforms, it basically registers anything that you post. So be careful of sharing your personal information. Be careful of which link you're sending your bank information to, your TRN address. Be careful when you're online so that your information won't be used in the incorrect way.
All right.
So my piece of advice is similar to hers, but it's always think before you act. So yes, logging into an online platform may be simple, your name, the password, and all that, but we should be mindful of what we're doing, why we are using this platform, and who are we sharing this information with, because we all have a digital footprint, and this can affect our reputation and our opportunities in the future.
All right.
So what I have is quite similar to both of their answers. So, that once information is shared, it can be difficult to be taken back. So my piece of advice to young people is, well, everyone in general, is to be cautious so that you can further prevent problems from happening. So all I want to say to you is that think before you act. Think before you post something. Think before you share your location. Just think before you post or share information.
All right, my piece of advice would be to use a VPN or a privacy-focused browser to, like, when you're on public networks, because honestly, if you treat your digital identity with the same level of security as you would with your home, you can't go wrong.
A round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sure you can tell that they're speaking from experience so far, right? And you can tell that the computer science that he wants to study, you're ready for him, right? You're ready. And I was having a conversation with them over lunch, and I should tell you that they are the future of Jamaica, right? We're looking at our future engineers. We're looking at our future computer scientists. We're looking at our future medical doctor, right? So I want you to give them another hearty round of applause for me, please. Christina Robinson, Romana Parks, Jalen Rose Lynch, and Deandra Wallace. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We do have a token of appreciation for you for sharing your insight today. And we do hope that, you know, we wish you all the very best in your future endeavors, and we're looking forward to seeing where you will all be in another 5 years or so. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Office of the Information Commissioner and also the University of Technology Jamaica, I must say thank you to our students. Our students were a part of our school tours that we did for the month of January. We went to St. Jago High School and we went to Arden High School, and they beautifully articulated everything that they learned. Can we just give them another round of applause, please? Their thoughtfulness, their willingness, and also to do this at such a high level. It's not the easiest task, and they did it very well. Thank you, students. And yes, and may I just say thank you to St. Jago High School as well for facilitating this opportunity for the students and just for continuing to educate them as they prepare for tomorrow. The next thing, I'm going to invite Miss Andrea Hones, our Director of Complaints Resolution and Compliance, as she gives you a token of appreciation. So I'm going to call your names, and you may just come forward. So the first student, Christina Robinson. Please give her a round of applause. Romano Parks. Jalen Rose Lynch. And Deandra Wallace. Thank you very much, students, and all the best.
Thank you so much, so very much. So eloquent, so smart, and I can definitely tell that they will make us proud in the future. Thank you so much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, and we are going to enjoy a little bit more entertainment. So at this time, let's please put your hands together one more time for Mr. Kerry Sales. Make him feel welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. After listening to these wonderful young people, I want to say somebody stretch your hands though. Stretch your hands like this, everybody. Say, I am blessed and highly favored. Talk like you mean it, man. I am blessed and highly favored. So I was bought with a price, a godly sacrifice. I am blessed and what? And what? And highly favored. Ready? I am blessed and high. If you're blessed, let me see you stretch your hand and wave with me. Say, I am blessed and highly favored. Cause I was bought with a price, a godly sacrifice. Cause I am blessed and high. If you know, say you're blessed, let me see you stretch up. Say I am and highly favored. Say I am blessed and highly favored. Cause I was with a price, a godly sacrifice. Cause I am blessed and highly favored. Listen, I'm so blessed, nobody can steal my joy or take my love away. I'm so blessed that God provides for me in way. I'm so blessed that God grant me mercy each and every day. So blessed. Sing, let me everybody right now just stretch and say, I am. Say, I am blessed and highly favored, 'cause I was bought with a price. I got the sacrifice, 'cause I am blessed and do me a favor right now. Put your hand over your heart. Over your heart. Listen. When the Lord blesses you, nobody can curse you. When the Lord blesses you, nobody can curse you. 'Cause you can rest assured your needs He supply, and you can rest assured protection is always nigh. 'Cause when the Lord blesses you, nobody can curse you. You take, say we are and highly favored. Say we are blessed and highly favored, and we were bought with a price. I got the sacrifice, 'cause we're gonna do me a big favor right now. Could you just hug somebody beside you? Hug somebody side and tell him, say we are. Come on, hug somebody, man. Come on, hug your neighbor, say neighbor. Say we are blessed and highly favored, and we were bought with a price. I got the sacrifice, 'cause we are blessed and highly favored. Yes, we are blessed and highly favored. We are blessed and highly favored. God bless everybody. God bless you.
Kerry Sales, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Another round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. So now it's time to get into our final panel discussion this afternoon. Now, of course, we're going to be moving into this segment, which is one of the most interactive segments of the day, I should say, and it's our industry panel discussion. And we will explore the use of AI to manage privacy, enhance digital resilience, and optimize operational efficacy. So the panel comprises of 6 distinguished professionals representing regulation, academia, law, cybersecurity, privacy practice, and AI expertise. So please welcome them as I do invite them to the stage with a round of applause. First up, we will have Miss Celia Barkley, or Information Commissioner. Come on, keep the applause going. Dr. Nadine Maitland, Senior Lecturer, University of Technology, Jamaica. Mr. Bob Siegel, Privacy Trainer, AIPP. Mrs. Georgia Gibson Henlin, King's Counsel Attorney at Law. Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling, Cybersecurity Specialist. And Miss Samantha Sims, AI and Technology Law Specialist. Please make them feel welcomed, ladies and gentlemen. And our panelists will discuss real-world applications, challenges, and best practices, and will explore how organizations can responsibly leverage artificial intelligence to, of course, strengthen privacy programs, enhance digital and cyber resilience, improve operational efficiency, and maintain trust and accountability in data processing. So welcome to my panelists. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. My first question, which I'm directing to all my panelists, Artificial intelligence is often promoted as a tool that can strengthen privacy controls while improving efficiency. For example, by automating risk assessment, consent management, data subject access request handling, and other compliance tasks. At the same time, AI systems require large volumes of data and introduce new risks. From your perspective, where is the line between AI as an enabler of good data governance and AI as a threat to privacy? Who is going to start first?
So there is the need. So through artificial intelligence, we can create something that we call the AI and data protection paradox, where we need large volumes of data to do analysis and to develop strategies and answers and so on. However, on the other hand, we are breaching the data protection by collecting too much data. So we'll be breaching data minimization and so on. So there is the challenge that we face as it relates to AI and the collection and use of data.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll continue from there. Where's the line drawn? I think it's in terms of ethics, in terms of ethical use. And if we're talking about ethical use, then we're also talking about human intervention. And in that context, you will be looking at what rules are going to be put in place around the use of AI. What framework, for example, are you going to use to govern the use of AI? Because AI can't be ethical by itself. So there's that human element as well. And when I thought about that and I looked at the various frameworks, 3 ethical guardrails came up to me. One is consent, integrity, and purpose control. Because if AI is used without guardrails, then you know that the very purpose that you collected the information from, you could inadvertently, through that methodology, use it for another purpose. So the AI has to be configured to respect the consent. Then I think I started by saying the second ethical issue would be human oversight and integrity, as well as auditability and continuous monitoring.
Okay. I don't think they're hearing you. Let me help you.
If I may, from the regulator's perspective, we're always concerned with accountability, because when you think about compliance, you want to think about the extent to which persons are satisfying their requirements. So while we support the use of AI, for us, it is about how can you account for its use? How can you justify how it operates? So you're using a system that is employing its own logic. The question of explainability comes up. We have to know that you have transparent AI practices as well, because data protection requires a certain level of transparency. And a lot has to do with what you communicate and how you communicate to your data subjects, and do they understand it? So in seeking to engage and deploy these AI tools, are you yourself able to explain the logic behind it to your data subjects when they question its use?
So I just wanted to make sure that we contextualize this question and that everyone knows what we're talking about. Because if we think about it, if we are talking about the use of artificial intelligence systems to manage or assist in the management of our privacy programs, one of the main things we have to remember is that not all aspects of the running of the program involves the use of personal data. So let's be clear that not every part of that management using an AI system will create some of that tension that we find between emerging technology and privacy. Moving on, one of the things that I implore everyone here to think about is that, yes, as Trevor mentioned earlier, guardrails support and enable innovation. But innovation for us in the Global South comes at what cost? We are consistently the consumers of systems developed and hosted outside of here. And therefore, the the personal data that we may be putting into an AI system to do a good act may have negative, unintended consequences because it is being hoovered up into countries that do not support the same history, values, cultures, and quite frankly, often people who look like us, and could be used for nefarious purposes against those of us in these countries.
Okay. Mr. Siegel?
To me, it's kind of a fuzzy line. And I'll use the expression I use a lot when I'm teaching. It depends. I can always make a really good case from a business perspective to use a new technology, be it AI, be it geofencing, be it drones, what have you. But the question is, am I comfortable enough to do that while meeting the basic privacy principles of data minimization, of purpose specification, of transparency with our data subjects? And if I cannot do that, and it's very difficult to do that in a lot of cases with AI, that's where the line gets crossed for me.
All right. Lieutenant Sterling?
So I guess from the security standpoint, for me, it really comes down to how do we incorporate artificial intelligence in securing the data that we're collecting, transmitting, processing, storing, and destroying when we think about the continuum of a subject's data. The challenges that I have with artificial intelligence in terms of particularly Standard 7 and how you really balance what is enough is that the implementation or integration of automation in our monitoring systems, it's as if we want it to become autonomous overnight. And so once we put these systems in, we no longer check the reports that are generated by them or respond adequately to the alerts that come from these systems. And so the very problem we're trying to fix, we're exacerbating by just plugging in some semi-autonomous system and hoping that it will solve all the security issues that we have within our data infrastructure.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about regulation, accountability, and governance. Ms. Barkley, under Jamaica's data protection framework, accountability remains the data controller even when AI tools are used in data processing or to support privacy compliance activities. How should organizations ensure they remain compliant when decisions affecting individuals are made or influenced by AI tools?
It's about maintaining the involvement of the human in the process. AI is a tool. It is not intended to replace us. It is intended to aid us. As has been the message from our presenters earlier and from other panelists, persons seek to use AI in a way that AI takes over, which is not the intention, I believe, of the persons who developed it. Now, you can look at different aspects, as Samantha mentioned, of, for example, your privacy program. There are areas where you can very effectively use AI. So, for example, if you start with the basics in terms of crafting your policies, can you use AI to develop policies? Can you use AI to provide guidance into how to build out your framework? Yes, you can. But then you do need that human element in terms of assessing the veracity of the policies. You do need to match back the recommendations and proposals of AI against your actual systems. You have to consider in terms of your human resource and determine whether or not this will work and be effective, because accountability, as you have said, is not with the tool, it is with the user of the tool.
Okay. Mr. Siegel, globally, we are seeing AI used in privacy program design, DPIAs, vendor risk management, and DSAR workflows. What best practices are emerging to ensure these tools support lawful processing, explainability, and transparency rather than undermine them?
So, as you'll gather from my response, I try to take a simplistic view of AI.
Mr. Siegel, my apologies. Sorry to interrupt you. I don't think we're hearing you properly. Could you possibly just hold the microphone up a little closer to your mouth?
Okay,
or could
that
you turn
better?
it much better?
Okay.
Yes.
I take a simplistic view of AI. I try to equate using AI with using a new employee. Because the same requirements that we have for data protection, for privacy, that we have for our organization as a whole applies to AI in the same way. So things to deal with improving compliance under AI, I start with embedding privacy by design. As you're building your AI solution, you should put it through the same steps as any other application to be reviewed to make sure you're compliant with privacy, including doing PIAs and other reviews as the development's occurring. I want to make sure that as a new AI application is being developed, that the requirements include strong transparency and strong disclosure requirements, so we can keep our data subjects informed of how their data is being used. And I also want to make sure that we have documentation about how AI is being used. Think of the records of processing reports that are being done in Europe. Think about accountability mechanisms, reviews by information commissioners' offices, data protection impact assessments that should be done with the AI as well. This is no different than any other privacy implementation. All you're doing is extending it to a new technology.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Siegel. Mrs. Georgia Gibson-Henlin, as organizations integrate AI into their operations, including in their privacy program management, such as in consent management platforms and compliance monitoring, what governance frameworks and ethical guardrails are essential to ensure AI use remains proportionate, fair, and defensible?
Okay, so I'm going to be repeating myself because unfortunately in the first answer that I gave, I actually touched on the ethical guardrails.
Yes.
Because you can't approach AI without regard to the existing frameworks such as ISO or NIST framework, and those give guidance as to the kinds of ethical frameworks that you would use. And I had indicated earlier that one of the guardrails and ethical guardrails that you will have to be looking at is in terms of consent integrity. When I say consent integrity, I mean that the consent will always remain relevant, and consent being relevant to the purpose for which you had collected the information, given that AI is known to creep. And in addition to that, the reality is that in organizations, the staff are already using AI even before you're able to put in a governance framework. So it seems to me that governance is also important in terms of adding human oversight and transparency, as well as the explainability. And the explainability will also come from it being your ability to audit the program and continuously monitor the program. Those are three ethical pillars that I think will help to maintain its I would say essentialism, for want of a better term, to those platforms, and making it a more effective tool, making its use effective and the platforms more effective from its use.
Thank you, Mrs. Gibson-Henlin. All right, so let's turn to balancing results and risks while ensuring resilience. Dr. Maitland, AI is often used to improve efficiency, especially in areas of service delivery. There is growing concern, though, that AI will replace rather than support humans in their jobs, and I know that Ms. Barkley touched on that as well. right? How can organizations deploy AI then to optimize operations while preserving meaningful human oversight, professional judgment, and accountability?
Yes, and I'll say that that concern about AI replacing people is one of the founding things. The text that goes way back to 1956 says one of the drawbacks that people are concerned about is the loss of jobs. So today, we see where the UNESCO report shows that 40% of jobs worldwide will be impacted by AI by 2027. So that's a fact out there. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 30 to 40% of our jobs will be impacted in some way, shape, and form as it relates to AI. Now, we have augmented processes. So as an organization, do we just take this process and say, okay, we're going to replace it with this? Or do we upskill our people? Do we allow repetitive tasks to be completed by AI systems and allow our persons to, do the other aspects, critically think, develop strategies, and so on? One of the things that we need to be aware of now as professionals and in organizations, we need to look at how can we develop our people? How can we allow them to be upskilled? How do we upskill people? Because AI is going to redundant some jobs, without a doubt. But what are the new jobs? And how can we develop our professionals to take those jobs? And we have a responsibility, a social responsibility. We have responsibility also for our staff, the persons that are entrusted to us. Now, looking at AI from that perspective, we have a responsibility to ensure that we not only demonize persons, because one of the things is, many persons, when they hear about AI systems, so I was doing a research and I asked somebody to, participate in this study. And the person said to me, so you want me to participate in a study that you are going to build a system that's going to replace something that used to be done in 4 years? So we have to be intentional about how we implement these things, how we upskill our people, and we must be aware of what is happening, and we have a responsibility also for us to carry on. Because AI cannot critically think. AI can just do whatever we program it to do.
Right.
And therefore, it is limited in what it can do. And while we build agents that can learn and so on, it cannot bring to bear on our cognitive energies to develop anything. So innovation really comes from the human brain, and that is one thing that we need to ensure that we keep in mind as we look at how AI will impact jobs, how we can deal with it from a professional perspective, and what do we do, and is it ethical to do this, right?
Right, and I love that you mentioned, upskilling our people, because we mentioned it earlier, based on some of the new programs being offered by the University of Technology Jamaica, with a short course program for data protection and privacy, also with the compliance short course program as well. And that will also provide opportunities for persons where we see these new emergence in terms of jobs that are just coming up now.
Preparing people.
Yes, preparing
for
people.
The next generation, preparing people for the new job, the new skills that AI will result in.
Yes, and I have a follow-up question though for Ms. Sims. AI tools are increasingly used to provide legal, medical, and other professional advice, often without appropriate safeguards. And I read an article recently where I think ChatGPT, they have banned the provision of some of this information as it relates to the advice, whether it be medical advice or legal advice. They're limiting it or trying to limit it. But what would you say are some of the ethical risks which arise in these contexts, particularly where personal data and sensitive decisions are involved?
Yeah, it's a tricky question, because firstly, we do need to think about to what extent AI benefits us in supporting us with medical diagnosis, for example. As a lawyer, if I do not use AI, generative AI today, I am probably doing a disservice to my clients. Why? because the use of generative AI allows me to do work much quicker than I would have done without it, and therefore I can bill a more accurate fee that is related to today's environment. So rather than billing 10 hours, I can bill 1 hour, and I can actually focus on doing the much higher level work. However, there are ethical considerations, but there's some very basic considerations. There's considerations around confidentiality. There's considerations around algorithmic bias. To what extent is the system giving you outputs that even accurately reflect the truth? And sometimes I think we forget that these are merely systems that we have almost programmed, and they are, especially in terms of generative AI, they are looking at various databases and can return incorrect results. Garbage in, garbage out. They are not as clever as we think. So those are some of the risks. Also, we cannot automate accountability. Accountability is a critical principle in any AI governance framework. So assuming that we do have an AI governance framework in place that handles proportionality, human oversight, accountability, transparency, and fairness, assuming we've got those down pat, we still need to be thinking about how do we guarantee that we remain accountable for the decisions that are produced by it. I cannot turn out a piece of advice and then tell a client, well, ChatGPT said you don't need to go to court. It doesn't work that way, right?
Yes.
I think we also need to think much deeper, as I said, about algorithmic bias, because something that as we've adopted, especially generative AI, and we're moving forward with agentic AI, we are handing over a lot of our thinking power to those systems. But those systems are designed on algorithms, and those algorithms do not necessarily support us. And it's an important risk and an ethical risk that we have to consider.
Okay.
To what extent is that algorithm already biased?
Okay. I mean, yes. Still on the topic of, or on the point then of risks and breaches and some sort of accountability. Lieutenant Sterling, AI is increasingly used to detect anomalies, prevent breaches, and support incident response. From a resilience perspective, where does AI meaningfully strengthen breach prevention and response? And where does it lend itself to over-reliance or create new vulnerabilities, particularly in cybersecurity and in the business community?
Thank you for the question, but I want to modify it a bit by changing breach prevention to breach detection, and a little bit more on risk and vulnerability detection and mitigation. Because when we bring prevention into the equation, it suggests that there are systems out there that we can put up that are bulletproof, and there is no such system. So when we think about artificial intelligence and how it can help in security, it really comes with three basic concepts, and that is data loss, vulnerability identification, and breach detection. With respect to data loss, it allows you to virtually automate what you're looking for that should not leave your organization. And it allows for the human element in the equation to spend more time building robust systems rather than looking for these simple breaches. With respect to vulnerability, it helps to detect those vulnerabilities a lot quicker, especially in an era when the adversary is using artificial intelligence to detect systems that are designed to detect it and to evade it. It is able to pivot a lot better in the environment than the human would. And so it helps in that type of almost agile detection of vulnerabilities and detection of breaches. Additionally, it can be programmed in such a way that responses to low-level, frequent anomalies in your network can be treated with the artificial intelligence agent or system that you have. And so that frees up the human being to deal with the reports that are generated, the trends that are identified, and how systems are put in place to ensure that the response is one that is commensurate. With respect to the breaches, a lot of us, especially who operate in security operations center environments, understand what alert fatigue is. And what artificial intelligence allows is for that mountain of data to be more efficiently and effectively assessed, and for responses to be better and more surgically applied to the breaches and or vulnerabilities detected. The over-reliance by human beings on it is where it works. And so we become complacent in terms of getting those reports, checking for the trends, developing the alerts and advisories and issuing them. And the additional point is that bosses now believe that because these things are now being detected by the XDR and the other AI agents in the system, the human element is no longer required. But context is also important, because what a simple system will detect in a modern or a more advanced economy, and 6 months will allow you reasonable time to treat with, because it's low level, a small business in the Caribbean or here in Jamaica will go bankrupt in a day or two if that isn't treated with. The artificial intelligence agent will not be able to determine that context. And so that over-reliance on just effectiveness of identification and treating with the mundane and monotonous tasks must be matched with the human element to bring context and the sort of effect that a response would require.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Sterling. I actually want Dr. Maitland to chime in as well. I know that you mentioned building these robust systems and the information that you do put into it. Of course, the more you put in, sometimes is the more you get out in terms of, the detail and the explanation. But yes, we've said that these AI systems perform better with the more data that you provide it with, right? But a part of data protection requires data minimization as well. So how should businesses now who depend on AI use in their security systems and for purposes such as profiling, targeted advertising, and behavioral analytics on their social media platforms reconcile this tension? Dr. Maitland, yes.
All right, so data is collected randomly. So data, like I mentioned in my first comment,
yes,
that data minimization is one of the standards. But for AI systems to work effectively, they work mainly on large volumes of data. So it increases the risks. And then we need to have some regulations and some governance structures in place that will take care of that. So for example, we that wear smartwatches, in order for it to analyze, it need all that data for everyone. When you setting up these smartwatches, you put a lot of things in there, It uses that information. But as one of the panelists spoke a while ago, it don't necessarily use all of it, but there are systems that require those things. So for example, the health sector. In health, we need large volumes of data to analyze. However, persons' health information is very private information. How do we draw the line? When you take videos of persons, so biometric information systems are used to capture people's information. Sometimes it can be used to recreate actual images of people. Now, how do we manage something like that? We must ensure that whatever we put in place will balance the risks, the increased risk of persons against, the need for the data, because for the systems to do certain things, it needs the data.
Yes.
But how do we balance those risks? And also biases are introduced in systems, and the biases that exist before, they are introduced in new systems that are updated. So we need to have some ethical frameworks that guide how we use these systems and how this data is used, collected, stored, and what aspect of it. Do we eliminate certain aspect of private information, to do our analysis and so on? So how do we? So it is now a thrust for persons who are building AI tools to ensure, so the organizations and companies and governments are now determining or dictating that companies who are building AI systems should take the ethical aspect in consideration, because if you sell a company that knows nothing about AI and you give them a system that's going to collect all of that, how do they manage that?
Yes.
So the onus now is on innovators to ensure that the certain aspects of the system are governed and managed. Certain aspects of the data that's collected.
I know that Dr. Maitland, you touched on the storage and management and the balance of it. I'm going to actually go back to Lieutenant Sterling now. And I know you mentioned the ethical framework as well, which is very important. But from your perspective, Lieutenant Sterling, does there seem to be the increasing use of AI in cybersecurity attacks? And if so, is there a comparative use of AI in prevention and defense? And can businesses use AI to improve their readiness for and response to cyber threats?
I believe the best answer would be simply to say to you, talk to those persons in Jamaica whose bank accounts have been impacted and how realistic some of those social engineering attacks have been. We would have spent the last decade teaching how to identify phishing emails, for example, which as a part of the social engineering spectrum would have certain red flags. Generative AI came about and those norms became irrelevant because the ones we normally look for disappear. And so what we're seeing with the climbing volume of online fraud, of online impersonation, of misinformation, disinformation campaigns, of deepfake is really at the heart of it has artificial intelligence and large language modules. Now, when malicious actors are able to leverage that, it lowers the threshold for persons who wish to commit these acts to get into the business, and it really is a business. If you know where to look online, or more specifically on the dark web, and you have the funding, you can get into the business. You no longer need in-depth knowledge of systems or the ability to hack a system. The challenge, therefore, is how do we bring this into defense? And starting with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, moving through Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, we would have seen this most recently this month in the Caribbean. We would have seen significant campaigns waged against the Venezuelan territory as the Americans sought to pursue the president of that country. Now, if we think about our own defense, the challenge is getting systems that are clued in enough in terms of training data to work well within our locale. I don't think that happens because a lot of the models out there are trained on data that is not unique to our region. And so when we think about defense, and if we take it down specifically to cyber defense, what artificial intelligence allows us to do is to free up some of the limited workforce we have from those mundane analysis tasks and simply allow the AI to go through the data lakes or the data mounds that we have and give us actionable information that we can then process within our context to give intelligence. The challenge, therefore, is how do we take that at this level and get the person using a PCI DSS setup on the corner to appreciate the devices that they're using and how artificial intelligence can help. And not only help them, but also help them to protect the data they're collecting and sometimes storing within their systems.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant Sterling. Now we're going to move to data protection compliance in practice. Mr. Siegel, what are some of the common misconceptions businesses have about AI tools? Where are they most likely to misstep when using AI for privacy compliance? And how can they best mitigate the risk of exposure to regulatory action?
So, you hear me? Is this working?
Try, let's see if we can switch your microphone.
Hello? Okay. That working?
Yes.
So, tell me if you recognize any of these statements. These are things that I've heard over the past several months from prospects that we're working with. First misconception, AI tools automatically ensure compliance. It's just not true. Because in reality, AI collects and learns from personal data without necessarily having consent, or there may be excessive data collection, and that in itself is going to violate the compliance that you're trying to achieve. A second is anonymization from AI vendors is foolproof. That's, again, just not true. You know, people think about anonymization, they generally think about, well, let's take the data subject's name off the record. But there are lots of other ways to identify an individual. When we were talking about this over lunch, I'm working with an organ recovery organization that transports organs from someone who's deceased to a recipient who needs the organ. And while they don't have the person's name, they have the date the organ was recovered, when the person passed away, their gender, their zip code, and their age. I can identify 80% of people in the world just from that information. Another misconception is AI deployments is a technical decision, not a privacy decision. The fact of the matter is it's more of a data governance decision. What kind of data you're going to collect, how you're going to use it, how you're going to share it, and how long you retain the data for. My favorite, we know what data our AI tools use. The fact of the matter is most organizations don't know what data they use outside of AI systems. And when you turn on an AI system and it collects large amounts of data, they don't keep track of what's going on there as well. And another favorite, AI risks are theoretical and overblown. We've seen that the AI risks are there. They may be overblown right now because we don't have enough experience yet, but that doesn't mean we have to ignore the risks. We have to prepare for them. So what do we see organizations doing? They overcollect data because they perceive that AI performs better with the more data that they have. Well, that puts them out of compliance with with legal requirements and other data frameworks that require data minimization. Organizations fail to get meaningful user consent. They don't know what the AI is doing. They don't know what to put in the privacy notice to ask for consent or to get another legal basis. That there's a blind reliance on third-party AI vendors, that they know what they're doing, they know what they have to do to comply in your specific organization, in your specific industry. Not every vendor knows what you are doing. Are you doing cross-border transfers? What are your data retention policies? How are the vendors meeting that? There may be inadequate safeguards to prevent AI from data incidents. And finally, treating privacy as a checkbox, whether as opposed to a trust foundation. So to mitigate these, organizations have to establish AI-specific governance frameworks. They have to make sure that they're transparent with data subjects and they have a legal basis for processing at a minimum, and also strong, well-maintained data inventory systems so they know what data they're collecting and how it's being used.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Siegel. Ms. Sims, do you think or should there be limits on AI decision-making without human review? And how should those limits be determined?
So throughout this discussion, I think as we've been speaking about AI, we seem to have just talked about it as just this one thing, right? We need to contextualize it a little bit, understand that there are several different types of systems, that there is many different use cases, and we risk doing the subject a disservice if we don't approach it from that perspective. That being said, automated decision-making has already been a core feature of any data protection law for a very long time. We've seen it in pre-GDPR in the European Union laws, including the UK before Brexit. And we've continued to see it in GDPR, and we continue to see it today in the Jamaican Data Protection Act. So where automated decision-making can lead to legal or other significant harms, we need to think about how do we manage that.
Right. And
the way that we manage that is through risk assessments. We need privacy impact assessments. We need AI impact assessments. For example, my company, we do what we call a digital compliance assessment, which incorporates all of those to make sure we can understand the risks specific to the system and the use case. And after completing that, working out the risks, we can understand to what extent human oversight is required. Some systems require greater human oversight than others because their effects are far more harmful than others. Going back to what I said at the very beginning, not every AI system ingests personal data. In fact, the majority of what we see AI being used for has got nothing to do with personal data. It is probably using metadata or other associated data to make things operate quicker.
Yes.
So I know the conversation is privacy skewed, but what I do not want to happen is for people to leave here and go back to their boardrooms with an uncontextualized response and end up looking a little bit stupid, to be honest, in front of the board. You understand me?
Yes.
Right? As practitioners, we need to keep this grounded in practical realities so that our messages can be heard. And I think that's what's extremely important. So to answer the question, yes, there should always be some form of human oversight. I am not looking to live in a robots are taking over type of world, okay? But a human oversight cannot be at the same level for every single system. You know? I just wanted to explain, we've got like Melissa up here. It's beautiful to have this breeze, but I cannot hear my fellow panelists. So if I've touched on something that they have addressed, I didn't hear them, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you so much, Ms. Sims. Mrs. Gibson-Henley, is consent still meaningful when AI systems continuously learn, adapt, and repurpose personal data? Will consent continue to remain of key importance to privacy protection?
When I saw that question, 1,000 thoughts flashed through my mind in terms of how to respond to it. Because, and in thinking about it, I said to myself that we have to begin to separate myth from reality. And the reality is that AI processes large volumes of data. AI can creep into systems and uses that you had not provisioned for or foreseen. But the way I look at it in the end, where I landed was that we have to understand as practitioners, as controllers, that privacy has dominion over AI when it comes on to personal data. Privacy has dominion over AI when it comes to the use of personal data. So there's no question about its use being minimized or becoming less important. And if you look in the Act, one of the things I observed about it is that consent is given its own section in the Act. It tells you what constitutes consent in terms of it being specific, unequivocal, and very clear. And apart from that, it is a standard of processing whereby if, for example, you don't get consent, then you would be in breach of the law. So the users of AI and controllers who are deploying AI in their systems need to understand then in that context that the law rules, and therefore in that context they would have to put, as we have all been saying, put the guardrails in place to safeguard the personal data, because the data subject will have a right of action against controllers who do not yield or understand that the law is dominant when it comes on to AI and requires governance.
Yes, it does. And Ms. Barclay, when AI systems are used in ways that directly affect individuals' rights, I know that we have been touching on it right throughout the conversation, health or livelihoods, such as eligibility assessments or even automated recommendations, how should then the regulators intervene or ensure that fairness and accountability are upheld? I know that we touched on, ensuring that a human element is included, human review as well. Of course, we do have the Data Protection Act. The law is there, but do you have any other recommendation?
So the purpose of the regulator is to regulate. So we monitor and we enforce. When you talk about using AI and ensuring its transparency and its ethical use, you're talking about how can the regulator now monitor that aspect first and foremost and then enforce. Now, notwithstanding that those sections of the Act have not been brought in yet, the fact is that it is the role of a regulator, even with respect to where processes are being conducted by AI, to still make sure to check and ensure that the privacy principles are built into the system. So we have the capacity or the authority under the Act to do an evaluation of your systems, thinking about how they're being used in the processes. How have they been developed from the outset? Where has privacy been or not been introduced? To what extent, Samantha mentioned that there are varying levels of human intervention that might be required in a system. So it would be a part of our responsibility in doing that assessment to determine, is the amount of human involvement in the process adequate based on the risk to the individual? So these are parts of the roles of the regulator.
Okay. All right, and my final question for all my panelists, if you could just give one piece of practical advice that we have not heard yet, or if it is that something that you want to reiterate, something that you want to, state once more before we close out, to organizations for using AI to manage privacy, enhance digital resilience, or optimize operational efficacy, what would it be? Ms. Barclay, you want to go first and then we'll just come down the line? That works?
All right. My one piece of advice to persons using AI is to remember what the A stands for. It is artificial intelligence. That's only one form of intelligence, and it does not negate the need for us to use all our other forms of intelligence. So for example, AI can never replace emotional intelligence. And there are various processes for which we use AI that we need the human element, not just for oversight, but to actually insert things like empathy and compassion
in our decision making. So let's remember the EI when we use our AI.
Thank you.
One final suggestion that I would make as it relates to AI is that Ms. Barclay just spoke about it. The system will give you what you program it to do, and therefore it is programmed. So we should always be aware that what we are getting from the system, and one of the challenges that we face is that sometimes we get wrong information from the system. So we should always also pay attention to what we get from artificially intelligent systems. Because it is not the where-it-all and end-it-all, as some people make it to be. It is artificial and it is limited in what you can get from it. And while generative AI has touched about 30 to 40% of all jobs in the Latin America and the Caribbean, we need to understand that it is artificially intelligent, and we as human beings, there needs to be human oversight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Siegel.
We're dealing with people. The data we're looking at is simply a representation of those people. And obviously, if you're talking about someone, they're taking it very personally. So it's important for us to certainly know what information we're collecting, how we're using it, how we're sharing it, and making sure that complies with the privacy notice, that you're setting people's expectations properly. Now, the fact of the matter is, technology is going to change over time, and it's changing more and more rapidly. AI is changing rapidly. People's expectations of privacy are changing concurrently with that, and the laws are changing to address those people's expectations. It's important not only to establish a baseline of what data you're collecting, but also to make sure your privacy program continues to evolve to address changes in technology, changes in use of data, and changes in expectations from your data subjects.
Thank you. Mrs.
Governance, accountability, and human oversight.
All right. Lieutenant Sterling.
So it doesn't matter how advanced the system that you're implementing is, it should not be a fire and forget. And commensurate levels of human oversight and interaction should be incorporated in any AI-enabled cybersecurity defense or management systems that are implemented.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Sterling. And finally, Ms. Sibbs.
Many members of the audience will become AI practitioners, not by design, but by default, because you're already responsible for data protection. My tip is to remember that the conversation around this revolutionary mode of technology is evolving and ever-changing. There are tensions across the globe around AI regulation. AI regulation is one of the reasons why the EU and the US are currently experiencing, let's just call it political tension. So just remember that when you take these messages back to your colleagues and those running your organizations, they are hearing the different or various conversations that are occurring around AI. And you want to be able to understand what those conversations are so that you can contextualize your advice. Approach this not as this is what you should do, but until we have AI regulation in Jamaica, we are borrowing principles from elsewhere or relying on the Data Protection Act and product liability and other pieces of law. So I want people to take that into consideration, and remember that the conversation's a lot bigger than how you may see it today, and keep abreast of it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sims. A round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Celia Barkley, Dr. Nadine Maitland, Mr. Bob Siegel, Mrs. Georgia Gibson-Henlin, Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling, and Ms. Samantha Sims. Thank you so much for sharing your insight and your knowledge on the topic where we explore the use of AI to manage privacy, enhance digital resilience, and optimize operational efficacy. One more time for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. And at this time, we do have a special presentation, a token of our appreciation for your time, and of course, your insight this afternoon. So first up, I'd like to say thank you so much to, of course, Ms. Barkley. Oh, Ms. Barkley, you're going to do the presentation. You're not collecting anything? Okay, all right. You can head right here for me. Okay, first up then, Dr. Nadine Maitland. And I'm hoping we have a bag for Miss Bartley as well. I really do. Mr. Siegel, you're up next for your token. Thank you so much. A lot of international perspective shared here today, and we do appreciate it. Mrs. Georgia Gibson-Henlin. A lot of national development taking place with our acts. Thank you so much. Next up, Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling. Thank you, sir, for your time. And finally, Miss Samantha Sims, AI and Technology Law Specialist. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us this afternoon. Thank you so much, Ms. Barkley. And I want to, yes, my panelists, thank you so much. We're going to do our vote of thanks. I don't want to keep you all afternoon. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, to close out our conference today, I'd like to invite Mrs. Bobik Brown, Communications and IR Manager at the Office of the Information Commissioner. Please put your hands together for her. You heard from her a little earlier. And Mr. Andre Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, I glimpsed you. Oh, he's coming? All right. To do the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon again, everyone. As we know, this is a collaboration, and I'll be speaking from, can use mine. I'll be speaking from the Office of the Information Commissioner. Mr. Lawrence will be representing the University of Technology, Jamaica. And just know that everything that we say here represents all the hard work that would have been put into this. So as we bring this conference to a close, it is my distinct pleasure on behalf of the Office of the Information Commissioner to extend sincere thanks to everyone who contributed to making today's conference a meaningful and successful engagement. Firstly, we extend heartfelt appreciation to all our panelists, both students and adults, who so generously shared their insights, their experiences, and their perspectives. Your contributions enriched discussions and reminded us that meaningful dialogue around data privacy and protection benefits voices across generations. To our conference host, Mrs. Talia Suarez Brown, we thank you for expertly, guiding the conversations, keeping us engaged, and ensuring that the discussions were both informative and accessible to all. We extend as well sincere gratitude to all attendees. Your presence,
your time, and your attention brought energy and purpose to this conference. These conversations matter simply because of audiences like you. And to the dedicated staff at the Office of the Information Commissioner, it was days, months, hours of work that went not just into this conference, but our month of activities. We're a very small team, but we're highly effective. And I must say thank you. I'm going to name us because I said we're small. So you have leading the helm, Miss Celia Barkley. Thank you very much, our Information Commissioner. We have Miss Andrea Hones, who is our Director of Complaints Resolution and Compliance. We have Mr. Ronald Frew, who is our Information Systems Manager. Please stand so the team can also, so everyone can see when I call, just so they can know who we are. We have Miss Regina Wong, our Director of Legal Services. I see her waving up top. We also have Mrs. Sophia Boyd, our Human Resource Manager. We have Mr. Troy Ashley, our Information Center Manager. We have Miss Santana Broderick, our Information System Analyst. Miss Talia Thompson, our Procurement Manager. We also have our interns, Mr. Mark Scott. We also have Miss Shanake Lawson and Miss Rihanna Vernon. And you have me, Mrs. Bobik Brown. I had to name us all because the truth is we work tireless, and we have Miss Chevanese Osborne, our compliance officer. So this is the team that works tirelessly with the UTech team to ensure that today was a success. And we want to thank, finally, the University of Technology Jamaica, Mr. Lawrence, and your team. It has been a pleasure working with you, Dr. Brown. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, and we hope and look forward to whatever it is that will come in the future. Thank you, everyone, and I'll turn over to Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you so much, Babik. I just want to say thanks to everyone who is here. Let me start by saying thanks to the Office of Information Commissioner and all their team. They did, and I second everything Ms. Babik said. They worked tirelessly and hard to bring this conference together. But I must start and thank our dear President, Dr. Kevin Brown, for all the support that he has given for this conference and for data protection at UTech. I want to thank our presenter, our international presenter, who graciously, when I asked him, will you come to Jamaica and talk to us? He said, I would love to come to Jamaica. Just send me an email. I did, and he's here. Thank you very much, Sir Trevor Hughes, again. And for that inspiring presentation that you give, we really, really have to put guardrails on all the technology that we have. I want to thank especially the management team of the university for their support. Professor Young, Professor Barrett, our dear registrar, and all the other UTech team, especially the HR, the facilities management, our sponsors, oh my, Scotia Bank, Royal Computers, Island Car Rentals, who is transporting our speakers, our registrar, yes, e-learning, yes. Tell me again, Doc. Wait, say that again? Yes, e-learning. I want to thank e-learning for coming. Mr. Andrew Lee, let us, where are the applause? Come on, guys, we had a wonderful conference. Let us thank our sponsors. They made us feel good. We had water, we had food, we had everything. We want to thank also the HR department, Mrs. McGregor Jackson and her team, for a job well done. We were taken care of, right? Mrs. McGregor, let them see you. Come, let them see you, or come on the front, let them see you. They want to see you. Give her a round of applause. This lady works very hard to make this a success, right? So give her a very good round of applause. Dr. Maitland, our panelists, what an expert panelist we had, right? I want to also thank, did I say facilities management?
Yes, you did.
They made the place clean, right? The main event. This was a main event. Thank you, main event, for your support and for your assistance. Thanks to everybody. Am I letting out everybody?
We're forgetting somebody very important because we mentioned accessibility. Remember, not everyone is here. There are a lot of persons online, who allowed online to happen.
Yes.
JIS, we want to say thank you
Our JIS
so very
team at the
much,
back.
JIS. Yes.
Thank you so much. Clear crystal viewing. The food.
Yes.
Thanks to Lillian's. Lillian's prepared a sumptuous meal, and they were also
the vendors who provided as well for our attendees. We just want to say thank you.
very good. We will also have a raffle. So those who are walking out, Island Car Rentals have a surprise. They have a raffle. So if you want to stay for that raffle, they'll come in right after that. So I want to thank Dr. Maitland. I want to thank the MC, Dorset. Right. You know, I'm happy I came off the stage. Dorset Gabidon from the Student Services Department and the Registrar Department. I want to give a round of applause for all of them. Is that it, Doc? Nationwide, who was here, who broadcast? Wow. Thanks to Nationwide. The who? The Minister Wheat.
Thank you. Minister Wheatley and Ambassador Dr. Rocky Mead, who was also here from the Office of the Prime Minister. We just want to thank everyone because the truth is, as we said, Mr. Lawrence, there's so many persons, so many key stakeholders who were involved in the planning of this conference and the execution. I would just want to say thank you to everyone. We appreciate you and we look forward to what is to come. All the very best.
Everybody who made this. And Carrie Sales who blessed our heart with those two renditions. Thanks to her. Give him a round of applause. We did feel good. We are blessed and highly favored. I think that's it.
That's it.
Thank you, everybody. And see you again next year, God's willing, same time.